Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the third hearing of the Committee's inquiry into clean indoor air. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses appearing from New South Wales in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. For witnesses appearing from interstate, the protections with respect to the evidence they give is more limited. I urge witnesses to be careful about the comments they make during their evidence and to avoid making adverse reflections about others. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence this morning. Could you please start by stating your name and swearing either the oath or the affirmation?
My name is Amanda Watson. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to present my personal testimony to you today. I'm here as a biotoxin patient and because of my lived experience of being a tenant in New South Wales. Proudly, I'm a mother and I'm also a director for a not-for-profit, which has been a path that sort of led me here. Because I think I was incredibly frustrated and disappointed in the system being so broken and that we weren't afforded any protections at all as a family, particularly as a mother trying to protect my child throughout this ordeal. It's been 12 years, which is almost half of her life. And sometimes I despair about how we're ever going to get back some of what we had, some of our old life. So, I kind of looked at things like Maslow's hierarchy about, survival needs. I looked at the human rights at adequate housing. I remember a few years ago I mentioned that to somebody and they said you'll literally have everybody rolling their eyes at you if you start to mention things like human rights. And the fact that, habitability, housing is not adequate if it does not guarantee physical safety or provide adequate space, as well as protection against the cold, damp, heat, rain, wind, and other threats to health and structural hazards. Well, as you can see from my submission, we've been to hell and back. But I'm very heartened to read that last month the New South Wales Government announced an inquiry into the Human Rights Acts for New South Wales. But will it be enough, and where will it be applied? The Tenants' Union is advocating for a Human Rights Act for New South Wales to include the right for adequate housing when the New South Wales Government develops these laws and policies. You know that I've been to several of the hearings because I wanted to better understand what it was you were trying to achieve and understand the questions that you were asking. And one of the things that you keep asking is where can you look to for guidance as to best practice? Well, firstly, I would suggest reviewing the tenancy legislation in Victoria, which is not yet perfect, but far more progressive than New South Wales. For clarity, I conferred with Leo Patterson-Ross, who is the CEO of the New South Wales Tenants' Union. Victoria have better tenant protections and minimum habitability standards that are enforceable, whereas in New South Wales, tenants are placed in the position of having to be the main enforcer of contract terms. In Victoria, the minimum standards have become a legal requirement in order for a landlord to place a property on the rental market. It is unlawful for the landlord to list a property that doesn't meet these standards. There is a Victorian Government portal to report substandard properties and significant landlord breaches for investigation. The penalties are significant. Victoria and Queensland both nominate a property being mould-free as a habitability standard. Currently in New South Wales, the habitability standard doesn't address mould directly, and the general understanding of habitability is not clear enough. My NCAT experience that I documented in my submission is a case in point as to this failure. Perhaps there needs to be a regulator with actual consequences for non-compliance, property standard checks, and an introduction of landlord registration schemes. please bring back David Chandler or somebody of his calibre with his chutzpah to tackle such an onerous task. There needs to be increased financial support for the Tenants' Union and the Tenants' Advice and Advocacy Services, who really are the only hope that tenants have, especially given the way that NCAT are skewing the narrative of what cases they choose to publish. So it is imperative that they receive significantly more funding to ensure any tenant attending NCAT has access to a tenant advocate if they choose to better navigate such an unfair and uncertain system. I'd actually put in an application because we were so sick to actually get legal support, which I was prepared to pay for, and that was knocked back. I mean, I don't consider myself a stupid person, and I try to do, my due diligence in understanding the legislation. But I have just been flummoxed every time I go in there about what appears to either be personal bias or an interpretation of the law. Some of it, isn't even just in the Residential Tenancies Act. They're citing other acts, like I think there's an NCAT Act as well, which as tenants we wouldn't have any knowledge to go and look in those places. And then when you get a determination, they're using Supreme Court and High Court case judgments as examples of why they've reached a particular determination. So if we have to go to New South Wales case law, again, how would I even begin to know to look for those sorts of high-ranking legal cases as better understanding what my prospects of success might be? The New South Wales Government noted in their election commitment to conduct a review of NCAT, which seemed to be closed to public consultation. The NCAT Service Charter, and unfortunately I referred to it as the Constitution in my submission, but it's the NCAT Service Charter, is a testament to their failure, actually, on almost every single point that they're aiming for. None of what has happened to us over 3 consecutive tenancies can be described as a statistical anomaly. It is a systemic failure, and NCAT actually have a part to play in that. If we look at the mould remediation industry, I see a lot of IICRC, TGA approved, accredited, certified, licensed, stated on websites and reports for a lot of mould testing or remediation experts. But let's use that term very loosely, as there really are no standards in this industry, and many don't follow any of the standards that they display, such as the IICRC. Then add in dubious lab test results pertaining to their treatment efficacy or purposely designed to create a false illusion for unsuspecting customers. Then there's a subjectiveness of it. My landlord had 2 reports that he engaged the same contractor whilst I was still in residence and one after I left. Both of those reports actually contradicted themselves. Suddenly we went from high abnormal results to everything's okay, including the carpet, which I'd had specifically sampled because I had purchased that and spent $5,500 of my own money when I moved in to make sure that we were going to be safe, to find that it very specifically was contaminated and should actually, even according to his own expert's report, be removed. And it's still there because I saw it on the listings in domainandrealestate.com and I could see the indentations in the carpet where my furniture was. They even took me to NCAT after I had had 3 separate conversations about the state of that carpet and said, do you still require me to do a professional clean? And I was simply told that it needed to be vacuumed and left tidy. And then after I vacated, they actually took me to NCAT to try and claim my bond as well. Thankfully, the conciliator was pretty switched on and I had documented everything because I've learned the hard way. You always have to have witness and everything has to be in writing. The concern is around these guidelines. There are no real guidelines in this industry. Dr. Heike Neumeister-Kemp, who has helped us with our environmental testing, has advised she and other collaborators have updated the Australian mould guidelines, which will be relaunched later this year. And these guidelines, the Northern Territory government will be tabling it as a white paper for their own remediation guidelines. And she has indicated that she would be happy to share that with the committee when it's available. So I guess the thing, why is mould more problematic now? When somebody said, well, it's been around since the biblical ages. Well, aside from the building standards, which we've been talking about in these committee hearings, changing, and the tightening of this building envelope to increase thermal capabilities has reduced air exchange. But in my lifetime, laundries were outside. We didn't have dryers. We didn't have dishwashers. We didn't have water filters in sinks or in the fridges. We didn't have ducted air or split systems. We just had an evaporative cooler. So these are all points of water ingress and potential for mould, not just if they have a leak, but also if they're not maintained and serviced, which is why, when we had our property tested, that the inverter air conditioners were just full of biocontaminants. And, there's no mandate that they actually be cleaned regularly at all. And I think that they have to be, because that's the air that we're breathing. And that's the purpose of, part of this inquiry. There was lots of questions around, air exchange. Well, occupants tend not to open windows if there are no fly screens. Awning windows that we have in our current apartment block, with the restrictors obviously for safety, just have no airflow. I mean, the air can't go up and under. If it had been a sliding window that had a locked mechanism, then air could travel. But it's just practical stuff. I think I mentioned in my submission that, we lived in a heavily tree-laden street. My landlord didn't want to spend the money cleaning out the gutters. And that was the sole cause of the water backing up, because it had nowhere to go. And another thing is mould is found in unexpected places. So front loaders are not just harbouring mould in the door seal. Front loaders don't fully drain. The moisture remains in the drum and sump, and residual water is in the outer tub, which is outside the visible drum. And this supports microbial persistence. And then we have low temperature washing, all in the name of efficiency, but that doesn't sterilise, and then you have survival of bacteria and fungi. Some studies suggest that front loaders have up to 500 times higher microbial load than an average top loader. And now most new buildings facilitate stacking washer dryers or under bench washer dryers, and don't always accommodate a top loader. There's a gentleman in the United States who has a blog. He's a building expert, and he's also a biotoxin patient. He was incredibly careful in building his new home, and to make sure that it didn't have any environmental contamination. He bought a front-loading washing machine and contaminated his entire property. And the centrifugal force just thrust all of that contamination out into the environment. Something else that is, as a biotoxin patient, now I know I will never live in a building that has a concrete slab, or that is built on or around sandstone. It's built at the bottom of a hill or abutting excavated earth, nor any that have flat or inverted butterfly roof lines that can inhibit runoff or be a water collection point. I would not live near dense foliage or anything that would inhibit airflow, sunlight, or that retains damp or proliferates fungal spores that could become airborne. I was horrified at the lack of knowledge of the dangers of mould, and particularly after flood events. It was clear we learned nothing in COVID, when after the Lismore floods I saw people, especially ADF personnel, trudging through Blackwater, dragging out water-damaged and mould-ridden possessions without any PPE gear at all, oblivious to the dangers. My colleague Sean Delizio became unwell aiding in a clean-up after the Brisbane floods. And Google, you can see his story on multiple sites, but he almost died because he was so unwell. And I'm really heartened that the members of this committee are also facilitating the inquiry into the mould at Calvary Hospital. As I have stated in my submission, the same type of mould could be lurking in a residential property and can be just as debilitating or deadly, but New South Wales Health seem oblivious to that, because you've read the guidelines and the differences between that and WorkSafe. I will state it again here today, mould does not discriminate between a residential or commercial property. As you also would have read, that I've been working really hard to try and change the landscape with a level of education and awareness and advocacy. The main part of the biotoxin study, which was funded by the NHMRC, should be ready for peer review in about 4 to 6 months' time. And then based on feedback from the publisher, our biotoxin study team are finalising the final edit of our review article to Environmental International about moisture mould and multi-system malfunction, inflammatory syndrome following inhaled microbial exposure to water-damaged environments. They reviewed well over 1,000 documents, and we believe it will represent the most comprehensive review ever available of scientific literature pertaining to water-damaged buildings, mould, and the etiology of mould-related illness. Its publication is hopefully imminent, and I'd be happy to provide a copy to you as soon as it is available. Another paper, which the assessment of visual contrast sensitivity in biotoxin-exposed individuals using 4 testing methods, was something that I actually thought of, and I wanted to see it validated. It's been peer-reviewed, it's been accepted for publication, and should be available soon. I'm happy to forward this also to the committee as soon as it is available. I think rather than... one thing that I want to say is that I'm not an expert. I've tried to learn as much as I can because of how much I've been, maligned personally. I've been labelled as paranoid delusional, suffering from psychiatric illness, having Munchausen's disorder because I wanted to try and get the medical care that my daughter needed. I think sometimes people underestimate what I call mum logic. AI refers to it as constraint-driven innovation, which, we have to think logically about this. This is a really challenging thing to try and get our head around and to get a lot of buy-in from various departments. But when I go onto, various tenant groups, it's really distressing to read the number of people that are in a very similar position and feel such an immense lack of control or any rights, particularly in New South Wales. And you can see again in my submission the absolute runaround I got between all the government departments, and nobody wanted to take any accountability. So I'll leave it at that because I'm never short of a word, and I'm open to whatever questions you might have. Hopefully you have some.
Thank you. I do have some questions, and I'll go to my colleagues as well. The first question I wanted to ask, thank you for your very extensive written submission. It was quite a detailed account of what you and your daughter have been through. What I was hoping to very specifically clarify was the responses from the various New South Wales government departments. And I think if I can reflect what it looks like is departments often pointing you to other departments. And I know one of the reasons the committee wanted to do this inquiry is the opportunity to bring together evidence and recommendations that cut across different departments or different portfolios. I think you've mentioned health, fair trading, Strata Commissioner, Service New South Wales. Could we go through each of the government departments you've contacted and what their responses were?
Sure. Their responses were no remit. We don't have anything to do with this. We don't have any responsibility, which, I understand. Like when I first started this mouldy journey, I had no idea either of the risks to us and my daughter. I didn't know that there were genes involved. I didn't know that I had what they refer to as the dreaded multi-susceptible gene. And not only did I have one, I had 2 of them, which meant that I guaranteed I passed it on to my daughter. So there's, a lot of people and government departments that seem to not want to know. The biotoxin inquiry was in 2018. So it's not like this is just new on the landscape. And there were some pretty sound recommendations made by that particular inquiry about what state government needed, to do. I thought a good jumping off point would be New South Wales Health, but the link that I've referred to you, and also has fundamentally been referenced in the biotoxin inquiry, is pretty much, it's just like a asthmatic response, or it's, just clean it with a little bit of vinegar and dish soap and, she'll be right, mate. but I rang. Like, I'm pretty persistent, as you probably can tell, because I thought there has to be somebody that actually knows something about this. And every part of New South Wales Health that I tried to engage with just said, no remit. What we refer you to is the occupational hygienists who are on our website. So then I probably called half a dozen of those because they were referenced by New South Wales Health. They were all very clear that if it was a workplace, that there were clear guidelines and there were avenues for them to address any uninhabitability or breaches. But in a residential context, there were none.
Yeah. I wonder, I assume this question will need to be taken on notice, or would it be possible to provide the committee with some of that correspondence? So the specific
They were just
responses
they were
you
phone
received
calls.
from
No,
New South Wales?
there were none.
Okay.
It was just all phone calls.
Okay.
The only correspondence that I received was from, I will double check to make sure I didn't get anything from the occupational hygienist, but I took pretty extensive notes in my diary every time that I speak to anybody. The one person that I thought might have some remit was the environmental officer at North Sydney Council, who was wonderful, and he was horrified. But he said, we actually have no legislative power except for, fire safety. He said, there's nobody for us to report it to. I even went to the mayor and said, look, surely you know somebody who knows somebody that, we can start to sort of engage and get something happening. And there was nobody. It was North Sydney Council that referred me to the Strata Commissioner. And then what was interesting is, like, when you try and contact, most of them are now using Service New South Wales as a jumping point, which means you get nowhere. There's no contact point as an address, no phone numbers, and again, they just say that they have no remit. So there wasn't really anything that I could do.
So can I just clarify, the Strata Commissioner also said they had no remit?
Well, I didn't get to speak to them.
Okay.
I can only speak to the government departments that they use as their kind of gatekeepers. Yep. And I will say what's interesting over the years in terms of engaging with fair trading, which is now fundamentally, I think, managed by Service New South Wales, that the quality of the information pertaining to tenancies has reduced dramatically. They often don't want to give you any particular sound advice. I mean, even when dealing with NCAT, the first time that we went, and it was engaging with people like the Tenants Union, who I was just very fortunate that they would give me some advice. They're not there to represent it. They don't have the funding to do it. They can just give you little snippets of information. And with regard to the fact that I got served a retaliatory termination notice as soon as I put in an NCAT claim, they said, well, you need to ask the member at the first hearing if you can have the two matters joined together, which I did, and they agreed. But I went back to NCAT and said, how do I do that? And I think it was 4 times I was told I simply needed to write a letter. But by the time we got to a determination, it was noted that they couldn't actually rule on it because I didn't apply for another order and have them joined together. So, there was, and I remember even after that determination, I rang NCAT again and said, if I've got this situation and I need to join this with my matter, what do I do? And I was still told that I needed to write a letter.
Sorry, I jumped in there too.
No, that's all right. Go ahead. Do you have any further questions on this?
Look, I was interested to explore, and thank you very much for your evidence so far. It's been really helpful for us, particularly with perspectives of a tenant. I think it's been something that has been really useful to hear. You mentioned in your opening remarks the Victorian legislation and their habitability requirements. I'm just interested to know a bit more from your perspective and what you've learned about that and the importance of that, and whether there be any recommendations you could make to the committee.
Look, I think probably people like the Tenants Union are the ones who are very much across it, and I think that it would be worth, asking them for some advice, which is why I rang them, because I thought, they're going to know better than I do. I think, again, if you review my submission and you see how carefully I looked at whether the property that I was in would be deemed to be uninhabitable based on the current legislation in New South Wales. And it was, is there a substantial amount of moisture or water in the ceilings, walls or floors? I'd made sure that the assessors who came, in fact, I actually organised to hire a thermal camera to make sure that we had further evidence to actually show that those ceilings were wet. And then I go to NCAT and it's like, what would you know? In fact, I would go so far as to recommend that any building inspection should include thermographic, thermal imaging and moisture meter readings as a minimum from a preventative maintenance standpoint, because, often these leaks are hidden. Yeah. So whether you're a homeowner, or I would even suggest that we aim for New South Wales that we have some sort of habitability inspection, like a building inspection every 2 years. I think 3 years is too long, 5 years is too long, but every 2 years would mean that if there is a fundamental problem with the building, it could be addressed quickly rather than getting to the point that I had to deal with it. And if landlords, in one of the hearings that I had was with a senior member, I was quite shocked to hear him say, landlords don't have to maintain properties, they can give you shanties if they want to. And at the time I thought, my gosh, is that his opinion? That's quite shocking. But I actually came to realise as I continued through all of this, he was actually probably making a commentary on the system.
Did you ever contact or have anything to do with the rental commissioner?
No, but I tried. Okay. But again, if you go through Fair Trading / Service New South Wales, there are no jump-off points. There's nothing, to help you access these people. Yep. And I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, to be perfectly frank. I don't mean to be disparaging, but I haven't seen much in terms of any engagement or protections around these sorts of tenancy issues.
You also mentioned in your position there being very little accountability or recourse against agents who do not uphold professional standards or protect the rights of both parties under the contract terms. I wonder if, in terms of property agents, if there are specific suggestions you could make, or at least, something from your experience navigating what sounds like just a complete morass of different bureaucracies and things, in terms of sort of balancing that out a bit more, because it sounds like, there's obviously the issues with the landlords, but then there's also the issues with the system that you had to try and navigate. Yeah.
And look, property agents play a huge part in this in terms of facilitating, these sorts of outcomes and being that conduit. I mean, I believe, like a HR manager in an organisation, they should actually be there representing the interests of both parties, but it's clear that they don't. We're a commodity, not the property. And in my case, I had an agent who had been, let's say, managed out of her position in the agency that I had signed my lease with. Mm-hmm. They had managed those properties for decades when the landlord's parents had owned them. They managed her out because they said that they'd never had more cases before NCAT and more unhappy landlords and agents. So she took her licence and started her own business working from home. And the landlord then gave her the management. And I went to my old agency crying and said, we've got 2 loose cannons and no outside accountability, and I'm really concerned. And they said, we're actually concerned for you. And they refused to continue to manage any of his properties. But she was pretty instrumental in facilitating this. And I mean, I could spend all day giving you examples about how she doesn't seem to understand the law. Like, from her perspective, it was perfectly okay for me to sign a backdated lease because she hadn't done her job. it was perfectly okay for me to accept rent increases that I'd never received or weren't valid. And when I pointed them out to her months after I realised, because I wanted to do the right thing, their response was to rescind the rent increase and double it. At one point, when it was clear they weren't going to meet the deadline for NCAT in terms of the breaches, rectification of the breaches, we had a meeting at the property and my friend was there, and the agent said, would it be okay if we asked for an extension? And I said, of course, like, I want it to be done properly. And this was actually in relation to the so-called mould treatment, and we use that very loosely as well. But I knew them well enough that I contacted NCAT and said, could I please just ask what the request was? And they said that they needed an extension because the tenant had been obstructionist. They're trying to blame me for my possessions in the property. They were taking photos as I was moving out and packing up and suggesting that, you know, we lived with stuff everywhere. I mean, you know, I suspect that the landlord was a minimalist. That's okay. But, you know, I think the first 3 months he yelled at me because I had unpacked boxes in the dining room because we hadn't yet bought furniture from the previous place. And I'd been dealing with my mother unwell up in northern New South Wales. And he screamed at me that he was going to terminate me because I had unpacked boxes on his carpet, which was the carpet that had replaced carpet that was old, threadbare, and appeared that it had actually come from his other property in Neutral Bay because it had the address on it, on the back of it, and that I'd paid $5,500 for. Now, I was so traumatised by what we had already been through that I just acquiesced to this kind of behaviour because it had taken me so long to find somewhere to live. I had a child that was in high school and I just wanted to get on with it. But it was clear that there are some people that just want to think that they can, you know, ride over whatever rights you have as a tenant. And I guess this is my opportunity to probably be a bit more forthcoming and try and say that the system's just not working.
Thanks, Chair.
We are already over time.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. It sounds like this is something you could talk about all day if you had that opportunity. There may be additional questions from the committee,
course.
and the
I'm so
Secretariat
sorry.
will be in touch
It's been very good.
about that.
Yeah.
Thank you again so much for taking the time
Thank
to share
you.
your experiences with us this morning. It's been very helpful.
Thank
It
you.
has been.
For the information of those watching online, we'll be stopping the broadcast and then resuming it again at 10:45. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the committee's third hearing for the inquiry into clean indoor air. We've got a variety of experts from different organisations forming part of the next session. To start with, I'll ask you each to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. And we might start in the room. Go ahead.
All right. My name's Aruvi Thiruvara-Chelvan. I'm a respiratory and sleep physician. And then I do the affirmation.
Go ahead.
I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we'll go to our witnesses online, starting with Ms. Sullivan.
Yes, I'm Lauren Sullivan. I'm Science Policy and Advice Manager at the Australian Academy of Science. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll go to Professor Morawska.
Lydia Morawska, Distinguished Professor at the Queensland University of Technology, and I swear by affirmation. Unfortunately, I don't have this wording in front of me. What to do?
I'll just grab it for you so that you can repeat after me. That's no problem. The affirmation is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm.
I sincerely declare
And affirm.
and affirm
That the evidence now about to be given by me
that the evidence now will be given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll go to Dr. Robinson.
Dr. Dorothy Robinson, the convener of the Australian Air Quality Group. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Daryl Johnson, I'm spokesperson for Clean Air Canberra, an affiliate organisation of the Australian Air Quality Group. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Before we go to questions from committee members, you'll each have the opportunity to make a short opening statement if you like, and we might start in the room with the Thoracic Society.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. From a respiratory health perspective, indoor air quality is a core determinant of health, not a secondary environmental issue. Poor indoor air contributes to respiratory and cardiovascular disease, worsens chronic illness, and increases the risk of airborne infection. Importantly, evidence shows that harm can occur even at relatively low levels of indoor pollutants, and risks are not often visible until illness develops. A central message of our submission is that clean air should be treated as a work health and safety responsibility rather than a matter of individual behaviour or comfort. Consistent with the hierarchy of controls, indoor air risks should be managed primarily through engineering and systems-based controls, including ventilation, filtration, moisture management, and the removal of indoor pollution sources, rather than relying on occupants to adapt or self-manage exposure. This systems approach is particularly important in high occupancy and high risk settings such as schools, healthcare facilities, aged care settings and social housing, where individuals often have limited ability to control their environment and where the health consequences of poor air quality are the greatest. The Thoracic Society of Australia and New Zealand supports the development of clear, enforceable air quality standards that set measurable expectations for ventilation, filtration and moisture control, and that are embedded in building, planning and work health and safety frameworks. Monitoring has a role, but it must be risk-based and linked to a clear message. And linked to a clear response pathways. For example, carbon dioxide monitoring can assist in assessing ventilation adequacy, but only when supported by appropriate guidance and escalation mechanisms. The committee should also be reassured that practical improvements are achievable now. Evidence-based measures such as improving outdoor air exchange, maintaining HVAC symptoms, deploying portable HEPA filtration where appropriate, and removing high-risk indoor pollution sources can substantially improve indoor air quality in existing buildings. Commissioning and post-occupancy verification are critical, as minimum compliance does not always translate into safe air in practice. Finally, clean indoor air is increasingly essential for resilience, including during bushfire smoke events and periods of heightened infectious disease transmission. Buildings must be capable of maintaining safe indoor environments if essential services are to continue operating safely. In closing, the Thoracic Society of Australia and New Zealand encourages the committee to treat clean indoor air as a foundational public health and safety protection, supported by enforceable standards, clear accountability and practical implementation. We welcome the opportunity to assist further as this inquiry progresses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to the Australian Academy of Science if you wanted to make a short opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today and contribute to the proceedings of this inquiry. I'm Lauren Sullivan, Science Policy and Advice Manager at the Australian Academy of Science. The Academy is an independent scientific advisor to government with the purpose to bring evidence to decision making, including for public policy for the benefit of all Australians. The Academy has engaged with indoor air quality as a scientific and policy priority for several years, including through our published report and submission to this inquiry. Following leadership by the Australian Academy of Science and the Burnett Institute, some 250 organisations globally have signed a global pledge to achieve healthy indoor air, the first international effort formally recognising clean indoor air as fundamental for protecting health and safeguarding well-being. Poor indoor air quality negatively impacts the health, well-being and productivity of Australians. Ensuring clean indoor air in public spaces would safeguard public health, promote equity by making public spaces accessible to the immunocompromised, and reduce the burden on the health system from pollution-related illnesses, including airborne pathogens. It would also enhance productivity and reduce absenteeism and strengthen workplace safety. The COVID-19 pandemic and 2019-2020 bushfire season exposed significant gaps in Australia's readiness to protect people from airborne hazards indoors. It was clear that there was a lack of awareness and measures in place to protect people from smoke entering buildings and from airborne transmission of infectious respiratory particles. Australia has the scientific evidence, technological capacity and policy tools to act now to improve indoor air quality. There is well-established scientific understanding of air pollution, its impact on human health and well-being, and associated economic impacts. There are also known, available and affordable technological and policy solutions to improve indoor air quality. Despite this, no jurisdiction in Australia consistently monitors indoor air quality in public spaces to evidence-informed standards. As a result, we cannot safeguard indoor air quality, nor capture the health, productivity and well-being benefits from doing so. The Academy's report, Indoor Air Quality, The Science of Indoor Air and Policy Pathways to Improve Indoor Air Quality in Australia, was provided to the committee with our submission. Our report was led by Academy Fellow Distinguished Professor Lydia Morawska, a globally recognised authority on airborne transmission and indoor air quality, who is appearing with me today. The report outlines the need to develop clear and enforceable indoor air quality requirements and the policy pathways to do so. It is the Academy's view that workplace standards are a strong framework from which to improve indoor air quality. New South Wales could lead the country by introducing monitoring and reporting requirements and workplace standards for indoor air quality, creating an impetus for change to our national work health and safety framework. The Academy recommends a phased approach to achieve clean indoor air in workplaces, firstly with a requirement to monitor without a reporting standard, secondly by a mandatory workplace reporting standard, and then thirdly, by an indoor air quality standard for all public buildings. The Academy also recommends indoor air quality be elevated as a national health and infrastructure priority, establishing a multidisciplinary advisory council on indoor air quality and developing a national indoor air quality strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, if there's an opening statement from the Australian Air Quality Group.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
We are a group of scientists and others concerned about the health impacts of air pollution, and we're one of the first to show that properly calibrated, low-cost sensors can provide almost identical measurements to the New South Wales EPA equipment. My work collaborating with other scientists used low-cost sensors and official EPA measurements to estimate population exposure and associated health costs of air pollution. It was published as 2 articles in the Medical Journal of Australia and another in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health. Our written submission has a wealth of information on the serious health impacts of air pollution, how it affects every organ in the body, including the brain, and increases the risk of heart attacks, strokes, cancers, and asthma. In children, it impairs lung and brain development. Professor Stephen Holgate, Special Air Quality Advisor at the UK Royal College of Physicians, wrote about wood stove pollution that exposure before birth can influence health across the entire life course. A New South Wales government study found that wood heaters, used as the main heating by less than 5% of Sydneysiders, are responsible for 42% of man-made fine particle pollution in Greater Sydney, costing over $2 billion a year. That's thousands of dollars per heater per year. In Armidale, the estimate was $10,000 per wood heater per year. And this is important because outdoor pollution is a major source of indoor pollution in naturally ventilated homes. It's counterproductive to open windows to ventilate homes when outdoor pollution is worse than indoors. But not ventilating creates other problems: high indoor humidity, mold growth, increased carbon dioxide, NOx, and other pollutants. We urge this inquiry to find good solutions to this major health problem. Indoor air should at least have the same standards as outdoors. And publicly available data from low-cost sensors in public buildings would allow sensitive people to avoid unhealthy places and incentivize building owners to install filtration, ventilation, or other ways to solve the problem. Wood heaters are a low-hanging fruit because the current standard is not fit for purpose. This inquiry should consider how and why this has been allowed to happen and make strong recommendations to remedy the problem for this standard and every other standard that might be similarly affected. We strongly support the other Clean Indoor Air Inquiry witnesses who recommended phasing out wood heaters: Prof. Vadoulakis, Dr. Anthony Hull from Doctors for the Environment, and Arabella Daniel from Clean Air Communities, and also public health associations, Dr. Alexander Brown, who recommended buyback schemes and making it a lot more difficult to install wood heaters. The UK government wants mandatory health warning labels on wood heaters. Given all the health problems they cause, is there any reason why the New South Wales government couldn't do likewise? Wood smoke contains the same and very similar toxins to cigarette smoke and is linked to the same health problems. An evening's heating from burning just 10 kilograms of wood in a modern Australian wood heater produces a benzoapyrene equivalent of the smoke from over 200,000 cigarettes. It's no wonder Prof. Holgate wanted us to know that exposure before birth can influence health across the entire life course. Knowing this, how many people would want to choose wood heating? The New South Wales government should therefore recommend Waverley Council's development control plan that doesn't allow wood or gas heaters as a model for all local councils and all future local environmental plans. Subsidies to phase out wood heaters would save millions in health and would require requiring all wood heaters in urban areas to be removed when housing is sold. All consumers and downwind neighbours, who often suffer more pollution than the wood stove user, should understand that there's no safe standard for wood heaters. Neighbours currently suffering from other people's pollution need effective procedures to protect their health and lifestyle. And planning standards should include air quality considerations, so child care centres aren't built next to busy roads or other significant sources of air pollution. Many more suggestions are included in our written submission. I and my colleague Mr. Johnson are happy to answer questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I've got a few of my own questions and then I'll go to questions from other members of the committee. I'll start with the Australian Academy of Science. In your written submission, you recommend monitoring of 4 parameters, which is extremely helpful to the committee in a context where there's such a broad range of different pollutants and pathogens that impact health. It can feel overwhelming in terms of what are the practical steps forward. I'm interested in understanding how that conclusion was reached, why these 4 parameters, and I note that the written submission cites a paper by Professor Morawska, so I suspect that my question is for her.
Okay, thank you. I can certainly answer this question. Well, ideally, we would monitor absolutely every pollutant which has impact on health, but realistically, this is not possible. Monitoring indoors must be done differently than outdoors, because outdoors we can have a monitoring station with large instruments, noisy, which doesn't create problems. Indoors, we must monitor in every single space, because we cannot predict what's the concentration in this room based what's in the room next door. So we have to do it differently, and that differently means using low-cost sensors. There are low-cost sensors for many different pollutants, but not low-cost, not for all pollutants. They are fit for compliance monitoring. They are good for, let's say, research, awareness raising, but not necessary for compliance monitoring. So reaching that conclusion, which was published in our science papers 2024, mandating indoor air quality for public buildings, we evaluated the quality of sensors, low-cost sensors, in terms of they fit for compliance monitoring. And sensors for these 3 pollutants, which is PM2.5, CO2, and CO, are fit for purpose in that sense of their performance across the board, which can be used for this purpose. There are still well, I wouldn't say challenges, things which have to be taken into account, that they have to be calibrated differently than calibration of outdoor pollutants, but we know how to do it and technologies exist. So these 3 pollutants already have sensors which can be used for compliance monitoring, and this was the reason, and this is consensus of a group of 44 interdisciplinary scientists across the world.
Thank you. And perhaps a follow-up question to Dr. Robinson, because you mentioned that some of your research has also involved the use of low-cost sensors. Was that also your experience that I think the 4 pollutants identified by the Australian Academy of Science were PM2.5, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and ventilation rate? Do you agree that that's practical and feasible?
I agree it's practical and feasible. Our research only involves PM2.5, but obviously carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide are extremely important, and ventilation rate will be the same.
Okay. And can you speak in a bit more detail about your experience using those low-cost sensors in what has become peer-reviewed research? Well,
effectively what we did was we co-located the low-cost sensors on top of the EPA monitoring station in Armadale, and we've also looked at other relationships, and we found that as long as you do the calibration properly, the low-cost sensors are extremely reliable. And even in our research, we did a publication that showed that they kept their calibration for 5 years. And there are obviously a few rogue sensors that do go funny, but 90% of the sensors, and you can tell when they go funny, but basically the ones that work, and they're obviously working, they are reliable for well over 5 years, and they do produce almost identical readings to the official EPA measurements. And there are now several different calibrations that can do the job, including the one we worked out for wood smoke, and an AQ&U one, and another one which works extremely well for a wide range of particle sizes.
Thank you. And I'll just stick with Dr. Robinson for a moment. In your opening statement, you said that wood heater standards are not fit for purpose, which is obviously a very strong statement. Can you talk us through the evidence and your reasons for that argument?
Certainly. The main thing, and it's also good I'll send you a link to where Professor Faye Johnson says exactly the same thing in an interview with the ABC. And she says exactly that wood heater standards are not fit for purpose. And the problem is that they're based on a test which bears little or no relationship to real life emissions. And they've found that out by studies in Australia, by CSIRO in 2008, 2009, but more importantly in New Zealand, where they have the same standard. And there's just essentially the average emissions from a modern wood heater are 8 times worse than the official measurements. And the correlation, or the R squared, is 0.04. So there's absolutely no relationship. There's no way you can look at any measurement on an Australian standard and say it's going to relate to what's going to come out of the chimney when it's installed in somebody's house.
Sorry, can I just jump in with a follow-up for that, Dr. Robinson? Why is that the case, that they are so much higher, would you put?
Well, I mean, I could refer you to an ABC article that said that the chair of the Standards Australia Committee was also head of the AHHA, the peak lobby group for the wood heaters. And I think the problem with standards, Australian standards, is that they seem to be, or some of them anyway, seem to be dominated by industry. And therefore, and for many, many years, and possibly even now, they've had a veto that if industry didn't like a change to a standard, it wasn't implemented. That certainly was the case with wood heaters. And there was a Senate inquiry into air pollution in 2013, and it found the same thing, that we need a good standard for wood heaters, but that's never ever happened.
So, Dr. Robinson, have you got any evidence for any other standards that have been influenced by industry and may not be meeting objective safety standards?
Not particularly. I only know the one for the wood heater standard. And that was because I actually represented the Australian Lung Foundation on that committee in 2007. And this was where the committee voted 15 votes to 4 to implement a slightly tighter emission standards. And the wood heating industry objected. And the whole standard setting process was abandoned after that. But all I can say is it's worth looking into whether other standards are similarly affected. I could suggest some that I'm concerned about, but I don't have a strong enough evidence.
So when you talk about the standard setting practice being abandoned, whose standard setting practice are you referring to?
It was Standards Australia that abandoned the standard setting process.
Right.
And it was done,
So just to clarify, just so I've got it straight, you're suggesting that when there was a conflict between the Australian Lung Foundation and the wood heating industry, that the Australian Standards Association didn't proceed to set an appropriate standard?
Yes, that is exactly what happened. And you can see the transcript in the 2013 Senate inquiry into air pollution. All the evidence is there.
Right. And was there any outcome from the findings of that 2013 Senate inquiry?
Well, they recommended stricter standards for wood heaters, among other things. But it never happened.
And was there any reassessment of the way that the Australian Standards Association works?
Well, Standards Australia had a technical inquiry in about 2018 where the idea of the veto, the industry veto, was recognised, and they said that they were trying to avoid that problem. But in fact, the wood heater standard was reviewed only about 12 months ago, or less than that. And basically, the procedures seem to be no different from what they were then.
Right. And your submission appears to focus on wood heaters. Are there other issues that you think we should be aware of, or is it primarily wood heaters?
Well, I think there are many, many issues and many, many voices for others. I mean, certainly traffic pollution, and one thing that everybody suggested is you should not allow childcare centres, for example, to be situated near busy roads. It seems to be a no-brainer. And yet, unless you know what the air pollution is before you build one of these things, then it's very, very difficult, because children like to play outdoors. There is another particular problem with road traffic, which is diesel pollution. And hopefully this will be remedied by the switch over to electric vehicles. But diesels in general are far more polluting than petrol vehicles. And if you looked at some of the statements, even 10 years ago on, and probably still the case, is that, for PM 2.5 pollution and even for NOx pollution, you'll find that, 70 or 80 or even 90% of the pollution comes from diesel vehicles that comprise only, 10% of the vehicle kilometres. And this was certainly the case. In New Zealand, they've done this health and air pollution studies, and they again point out they've found a lot of problems with NOx pollution, but it certainly appears from their data that this is coming from diesel vehicles, which have got the same standard as Australia. And we need to fix the standards for vehicles, in particular diesel vehicles, and quickly as possible encourage the diesels to transfer to electric vehicles as the best solution for that.
Yes, it's quite topical at the moment.
Yes, yeah. Perhaps if I could ask a question to all of the witnesses. A common theme seems to be, and forgive me, I'm not a scientist, but it appears to me to be the difficulty of stopping outdoor pollution becoming indoor pollution. Is it your evidence that we shouldn't be using natural ventilation? Is it your evidence that we should always be using artificial ventilation? As a practical thing, how do we address particulate matter in the outside environment in our homes? Any clarification of that would be helpful, I think. Professor, if people just want to talk rather than raise their hands.
That question was to all witnesses. I know it's hard on video conference with people talking over each other. So.
I noticed there's two people with their hands raised. Professor Maraska.
Here.
Yeah, sure.
If I can just add something here. I'm coming to this hearing because I've been campaigning against residential wood smoke for almost 30 years, and I know from personal experience that it can have. Every winter, my neighbourhood is filled with smoke from wood heaters. And I never knew the real danger of wood smoke until my wife and I moved to Canberra in the early 1990s. And the home that we purchased at the time had a slow combustion wood heater in it. And I never knew the potential health risks until we spent a couple of cold winters enjoying the warm comfort of the fire with our two small children. And it wasn't until one winter when our young daughter was rushed to hospital with a severe lung infection, and she spent 10 days in an oxygen tent battling to breathe, and my wife and I took it in turns to sit with her in the hospital. And when my wife and I finally got her home, our relief was short-lived when our young son developed exactly the same symptoms. And we rushed back to the hospital, and he was immediately admitted for a similar lung infection, and he later developed asthma. And we felt the wood heater contributed to our kids getting sick. In fact, that was one of the things that the paediatrician pointed to. He asked us what sort of heating we had in our home, and we told him we had a wood heater, and he told us to get rid of it. He said it was like living, he said it was like our children were living in a house with chain smokers. And we were devastated. We thought we were doing the right thing, using the wood heater properly with the right wood, keeping it maintained and trying to reduce the amount of smoke emitting from the chimney. Instead, we'd endangered our children's lives because, as the paediatrician said, not only did the wood heater pollute outside, it also polluted inside the house. And since then, I've been personally trying to raise awareness about the health impacts of wood heaters with our local politicians, our local environmental health authorities, our local medical experts, and my general community to try and encourage them to move to a cleaner, more efficient and healthier forms of heating. However, it's still a big problem in our community. And I live in the south of Canberra in the Tuggeranong Valley, which in the year 2000 was identified by Dr. Melita Keywood from the CSIRO as being the second most heavily polluted residential area in Australia, the first being Launceston in Tasmania. And I have one of these cheap, personal air quality monitors in my home, a purple air monitor. We have a network of them of around about 30 in Canberra, where citizen scientists measure air quality in their neighbourhoods. There are only 3 government air quality monitoring stations in the whole of the ACT. One in Belconnen, one in Civic and one in Monash. And the Purple Air Monitoring Network in the ACT gives us real-time, real locations of where air pollution is the highest. And what you see when you look at the Purple Air Monitoring map is that we have pockets of residential areas in Canberra where air pollution is absolutely through the roof. And these are not picked up by the ACT government air quality monitoring stations. And the air pollution in my neighbourhood is so bad at times that while the house is warm inside, the air pollution from the outside has been drawn in to my home. It fills my home, and I've had instances where it's been that bad that it's actually triggered our internal smoke alarm systems and our alarm systems. And I'm getting phone calls from my alarm monitoring station in Sydney saying, Mr. Johnston, you've got a fire inside your house. And it's not. It's the air pollution from the outside being sucked inside. And we're living with this. We're living with this. And I have friends in Canberra who have health conditions. They have serious heart or lung conditions. They're elderly, and they are imprisoned in their own homes over the cooler months of the year, what we call in Canberra the wood smoke season, which runs from the middle of April to the October long weekend. So several months of the year they're imprisoned in their homes. They cannot walk outside because the air pollution is so bad, and if they do, they will end up in hospital. I have statements here that I could read to you from these residents, these elderly residents who have heart and lung conditions and are imprisoned in their homes. One of them, she sleeps with an oxygen mask. Her medication is delivered to her by her local chemist. Her groceries she has to order online, they're delivered to her home. Her hairdresser comes to visit her. Her physiotherapist comes to visit her. And her family comes to visit. She can't step outside her door. She has to save up her pension, and if she's got enough money, she's lucky enough to escape to Townsville during the wood smoke season to spend the Canberra's wood smoke season with her daughter in Townsville. Now, no one should have to live like that, and I believe that not only does this impact on the people of the Canberra, but this impacts on people throughout New South Wales and throughout Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston.
Mr. Johnson, the other witnesses have been patiently waiting with hands up to answer the question, but perhaps, the statements that you prepared to provide us from other residents you've spoken to, perhaps you could provide them to us on notice as a follow-up to the hearing. Thank you very much. We'll go to Professor Morosca.
Of and the issue of natural ventilation. It's a complicated matter.
Sorry, could I just ask you to pause for a second? We're having an IT issue where the audio is coming through quite garbled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can you just try again?
Okay. Is it?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Great.
This is a question of the source of indoor air pollution.
Sorry, you come through garbled again. I'm so sorry, Professor Morosca. Just while our staff at Parliament try to sort this out, we might go to Dr. Robinson and we'll come back to you.
Right.
Yeah, well, hopefully my sound's fine.
Yes.
What I was going to say is that it's a difficult issue because there are so many houses in all over Australia, old weatherboard houses. They're probably the majority of the stock, and they're called leaky tents. And certainly I've heard of stories of people who've tried to fix the ingress of air from outside into inside. And one person I've been told about spent $100,000 on trying to seal his house, and it still didn't work. So the answer really is...
Dr. Robinson, I wonder if I wasn't clear. I suppose what I was asking was, is it your submission that we should be trying to stop natural ventilation coming into the house and should rely entirely on artificial ventilation?
Well, my argument was it's probably not practical.
Right.
Unless you want
Thank
to spend $100,000 per house.
Yeah, no, I struggle to see how that would be practical. I agree. Thank you.
Just before we come back to Professor Moravska, I'm informed that it's the internet connection at your end, not our end, and perhaps if you switch your video off, that will improve the quality of your audio. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, is it right now? It wasn't up, or still there's a problem?
I can add a couple of things if it would be helpful.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think outdoor air being used to ventilate spaces is quite important when that outdoor air is safe. And our report, and I'm sure if Professor Moravska is able to add, there are also solutions to ventilate indoor air through HVAC systems and with filters and things like that. One thing that I would like to emphasise to the committee is that I guess managing indoor air pollution in residential spaces is a challenge. One area that we think governments can have a really strong immediate impact is in setting enforceable indoor air quality standards for public buildings and workplaces.
Could I ask a follow-up about a slightly different area, and perhaps Dr. Thiravudra, I apologise.
You can go with Thero, it's all good.
I apologise. Use of HVAC. There have been some issues raised recently in hospital settings in relation to mould and other contaminants, and questions raised in relation to perhaps whether it is perhaps HVAC related or improper maintenance of HVAC. And I'm thinking particularly of situations at RPA. And I wonder, perhaps if we can start with you, Doctor, if you've got anything you could share with us, any thoughts about, is HVAC the answer? What are the maintenance issues? How do we address air quality for really vulnerable populations in hospitals?
That's an interesting question. I can't comment specifically on the situation at RPA.
Sure.
I think HVAC systems are a solution, but they're not a complete solution. And part of, I guess, what is reflected in that particular situation is the fact that there's not much routine monitoring that's occurring. And so I think while it's not, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not just in terms of whether the HVAC is working properly, but it is also whether monitoring is occurring for other potential pollutants that may not necessarily be well managed by the HVAC, and identifying when the filtration is suboptimal.
Yeah, I understand in that RPA example there was construction outside, which is a known risk. I don't know whether there was any additional monitoring undertaken in relation to that construction, but that appears to be the added factor which sadly caused the death of two people in that hospital. Yeah.
I think what's really important is that while it did result in some people passing away and becoming quite unwell, it probably also affected a lot more people who we don't know about necessarily. The moisture, the mould in the air, some of the other pollutants that are around can make people quite sick with diagnoses that we sort of associate with normal illness, asthma, a little bit of airways disease, and we don't recognise that it's because of the poor indoor air quality because we're not monitoring and looking out for those other causes.
How common do you think it is that indoor air quality as a factor in deteriorating health is missed or misdiagnosed?
I'd say fairly, I wouldn't say a lot, but I would say probably maybe around 15% or more. I think it's definitely under-recognised because I think a lot of the time we don't ask the question. We sort of recognise a syndrome, a collection of symptoms as a diagnosis, and we don't always ask why. And if there isn't a clear identification because there's no regular monitoring, we don't notice that. You don't expect to get asthma by going to the hospital, for example. And if there's no evidence of poor quality air or frank mould in a room, you might not ask the question and you might not recognise it.
Is it an education piece for doctors and others to ask those questions? Is it a patient education question? Any thoughts on that?
It's all of the above, and I think routine monitoring of indoor air quality will be helpful because having that information shared will often prompt us to think about it. I think it definitely requires education of both patients and doctors, and I think one of the triggers for that will be routine monitoring.
Perhaps my last question, and again, this is a question to everybody, perhaps if I start with you, doctor, in the room, and we go online. We've heard evidence before about air monitoring, and I notice it's been raised in the submissions and various low-cost monitors. I suppose the question that I have and keeps being raised, and the issue of calibration was discussed earlier, what sort of qualifications, can the average person monitor their own air, and who should take responsibility for the results of the monitoring and acting on those results?
That is a very good question. I'm, to be honest, I'm not sure if I know the answer about who should take responsibility because everything in life is somewhat shared. I think it's really important that when people who aren't necessarily aware of the research on these monitors are given them, they're sort of it's clear what they're expected to look out for and how they're expected to manage it. And I guess the point that I make is I sometimes see patients who come in with a CO2 monitor and they tell me the numbers are very high and what do I do with this? And to be honest, I don't really know because we don't have, as far as I'm aware, we don't have a clear recommendation of target ranges. And so often what I say is, well, if you notice a pattern of a higher trend of carbon dioxide in certain areas than others, then look into improving ventilation. And I think before we introduce these monitors into the community, we should have some clear instructions about what it means and so that people aren't worrying about things that they shouldn't necessarily be worried about.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I might just try. Third time
Yeah.
lucky, hopefully, Professor Moroska. Let's have a crack, see how we go.
Sometimes the question that natural ventilation whether natural ventilation is a solution. Can you stop this now? Because different connection if it works better. But this is a very complicated question because some products come from outdoors, some products are generated indoors, and indoors are generated.
No, I'm sorry, we're losing the sound quality again. What I might suggest, if we can't resolve that during this session, we'll take all of these questions that you've been unable to answer as questions on notice. So you'll have the opportunity to write an answer and submit that, so we don't miss out on your evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you mind if I comment on the
Go ahead.
last question? So I can't comment on residential spaces, but the Academy's proposal to look at indoor air quality standards through a workplace health and safety framework, we recommend that for a couple of reasons. Through our kind of interaction with experts in the space and stakeholders, it's emerged that the work health and safety framework would be an appropriate way to pursue this because that framework deals with issues around safety and productivity and has that existing duty of care in place for employers to provide a safe work environment for people, and it would capture a lot of a good range of different settings of public buildings where people can be exposed to poor indoor air quality. And through that framework as well, you can also provide an incentive where businesses that are being tenants and occupants of buildings, if they're interested in having these monitoring systems in place and they're required to report to a standard, then that provides an incentive for those buildings to provide the infrastructure to do that as well. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson's had a hand up for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to correct what I said earlier, that it's not practical in residential buildings, but it definitely is practical in public buildings. And this is where we all know that public buildings should have monitoring. And the way to manage the monitoring is if the low-cost sensors say there's no problem, then you just carry on and we assume that they're right. But if there is a problem, then there are various qualities of other portable sensors that can be used to check and verify that problem. So if the building has high CO or CO2 or NOx, then, I mean, I know NOx hasn't been mentioned there, but it is an important pollutant, and there are low-cost sensors for that. Then you can take and, use a more higher quality sensor to verify the problem. And again, the thing is, once you've found a problem, we should be looking at benefit cost analysis to say how much is it going to cost to fix this problem. And if it really is something where you're going to save thousands of dollars a year by making the air inside that building healthier, whether it's HEPA filters, whether it's more ventilation, whether it's the sort of high quality air conditioning that we have in Parliament House, then why not? So basically, hope that's, I'm getting feedback now, so.
I apologise for the feedback. I think that's part of our final attempt at trying to get Dr. Morovska's audio working. Professor Morovska, did you want to try one last time? We're trying to get the sound through the mobile.
No, it is still a problem.
Hang on, we can hear you, but it's feeding back. That was working.
If we can hear her by
Okay.
phone, she can leave the
Okay.
video.
You can't kick her out.
Yeah, we can kick her out.
Sorry, Professor Morovska, the telephone audio was working well, so we're going to remove you from the video conference and use the telephone audio. Can you try speaking now?
It doesn't look like the phone is in the meeting right now.
Oh, dear.
Yep.
Okay, that's all right. We'll go to Mrs. Suval. I think you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just as a follow-on, it might be a question for you, Dr. Robinson, or others. There's been a lot of discussion about low-cost sensors this morning. What is a low-cost sensor and how much does it cost?
Well, I can answer that for the purple air. They're about $300 to $400. And in Armadale, we bought several, the Air Quality Group bought several of our own monitors, and then we've persuaded the council to buy another 20 to 30 monitors. And they are important, not just because of the fact that they're low cost and that they're almost identical to the expensive equipment, but because of the spatial variation in air pollution. In Armadale, if you live on the top of it or out in the country, then you've got very, very clean air, but you can go 50 or 100 metres and you can be covered in pollution. So it's important to know where the pollution is, and it also varies with time of day. So again, the low-cost sensors are really helpful because they tell you when the air is polluted. And if you're sensitive, you can sort of look at the monitors and you can say, well, I'm going to go into town from 10 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because the air will be clean then, and then I'm going to keep away and use my HEPA filter at home to solve the problem elsewhere. So they're really useful, but there are, it can be $300, even less, or several $1,000s.
So they're low cost, but it's relative to other sensors which are a lot higher in cost.
Heliums are quite expensive, hundreds of thousands.
Right. Oh, yes. Okay.
If I may,
Please.
Lydia, if Professor Morovska is in the meeting, she's an expert on these low-cost sensors.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Hooray.
Can you please repeat the question, because there have been a few questions in the meantime, so I'm sure
Look,
I'm
I was just asking Dr. Morovska what low-cost sensors were and how much they cost. So,
well, when we are talking about low-cost sensors, we are really talking about low-cost monitor, because the sensor by itself is just sometimes like a button that's small. And a low-cost sensor for PM 2.5, for example, is about just $30. But the sensor by itself, it's not enough to record the information, to transmit the information.
Right.
So we have to put this sensor in a like a little box. And once we have this in the little box, protecting, transmitting data and so on, we then have low-cost monitor. And these low-cost monitors vary in place dependently on what can they do in terms of monitoring, storing the data, and so on. So there's a difference in price. But still, we can wire just sensor, for example, into building management system. So it really depends how we want to operate them and in what situation to lower the cost, but still to receive the data.
And there was some discussion earlier on about calibrating them. I'm keen to understand what is involved in that and who can do it.
Well, when we're talking about who can do it, it is, and there was a question before, who should take care of monitoring? And the idea that an individual would do the monitoring. Well, we are not asking individuals to check the quality of the water from the tap. So when we are talking about who is responsible, it shouldn't be individuals and I'm talking now about public places, workplaces, and so on. It shouldn't be individuals responsible for monitoring. It should be done by the operators of the building. So this is the responsibility. Now, how to calibrate them? There are, again, many different things of calibration. However, calibration of low-cost sensors in the buildings will have to be done differently than it is done in relation to calibration of sensors, of monitors in outdoor monitoring stations. Because, like if we have, let's say, 200 sensors in a building monitoring CO2 in 200 spaces, it will be not possible for a person. Well, it will be very costly and time-consuming to monitor each sensor by itself. But there are neural network solutions, so this can be automated and done automatically. So we've published papers on this. There are methods for doing this. So it is to be done. But again, I'm stressing it's not a responsibility of an individual. I can provide the papers we publish on the topic of how to calibrate low-cost sensors operating in buildings.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, I'm not sure if you've got a legacy hand or if you had something to contribute. I just noticed. And you're on mute now.
I use the Purple Air monitor, which is a low-cost sensor, and I have it calibrated to PM 2.5 Australian standards and to wood smoke. It's part of a much larger network throughout the ACT. And as I mentioned earlier, we only have 3 ACT government air quality monitoring stations. And I find just from going to the Purple Air network on the internet and looking at the map that we are getting real-time, on-the-ground measurements of air quality in our neighbourhoods around Canberra. And you can look right across New South Wales as well and right across Australia. But we're getting real-time, on-the-ground measurements which outweigh what we're getting from the ACT government. And all you have to do is walk around your own neighbourhood and you can see it for yourself, that there are pockets around in Canberra suburbs which have extremely high levels and unhealthy levels of air pollution. But the network shows not only are we monitoring outdoor air quality, there are also monitoring indoor air quality in some parts of the ACT as well.
Yeah. It's from the sounds of it, any sort of recommendations that the committee might make may look different in terms of addressing indoor air quality issues in relation to, say, commercial or public buildings, as opposed to indoor air quality for residential settings, which we've heard sort of some of the issues around this morning. I'm keen for the committee's views, I suppose, more generally on, if the committee was going to make recommendations around one or the other, what would that look like, and where would we get, I suppose, the most bang for our buck, if that makes sense.
I can provide the Academy of Sciences recommendation in terms of opportunities for immediate impact would be in that non-residential space of public buildings, and achieving that through workplace health and safety legislation, which would, as a first step, be putting monitoring in place, and then gradually progress that to an enforceable indoor air quality standard.
Thank you.
If I can add to this, I completely agree of this. That's what we recommend in relation to residential buildings. What we briefly mentioned in that science paper from 2 years ago is that while it wasn't directly addressed this type of building, but that what we expect that in the future residential buildings must be designed such that they could meet indoor air quality standards. This means that they must have adequate ventilation, and then ventilation not only relying on opening windows, because when windows have to be closed because of all kinds of reasons, and when buildings with no ventilation. Whether this is a completely mechanical ventilation or whether this is hybrid ventilation, this is an open question. Both those options are available, but they must be in the first place designed such that they can provide a good indoor air quality and ventilation. But the second aspect is removing the sources of pollution, because if we operate a source of pollution indoors, so it may be very difficult to achieve good indoor air quality. And this, in this case, operating wood heaters or smoking indoors, like some people still do, or not having a hood over kitchen food cooking devices. So these are the things where should be done and could be done to remove indoor air quality sources. So there are some aspects of this.
Thank you. I might ask Dr. Thiruvarachelvan, in terms of your, I think you mentioned in your opening remarks, your expertise around patients with sleep apnea, respiratory issues. Would it be, sorry, let me rephrase. What proportion of patients that you see would you say their respiratory issues arise from or are exacerbated by the environments in which they live?
That is a very interesting question, because there is research ongoing on a spectrum of respiratory and other illnesses that are exacerbated by inhaled antigens. And I would say at least 30% of my patients could potentially, 40% could potentially point to an environmental trigger to their airways disease, whether not just airways like fibrosis, interstitial lung diseases, through issues. We know that, for example, gas stoves indoors can increase your risk of asthma by 30%. We also know that the PM 2.5 particles outdoors coming in can increase your risk of interstitial lung diseases. So I'd say a not insignificant proportion of my patients' problems are probably exacerbated by that. And I suppose the other thing that I think about often is, HEPA filtration and the transmission of illnesses in our workplace, for example, and using machines like CPAP or for sleep apnea, or having oxygen on at home. Those things can increase the transmission as well. So it's sort of, thinking about, I think just like Professor Moraska was saying before, there's the effects of indoor air quality are not just transmitted from outside, they're created from inside as well. And so recognising that is one way that people could improve their indoor air quality in a residential situation. And I think I agree with the Academy of Sciences that, we should regulate that in workplaces.
And in terms of looking to, say, advice that you would give, or how we can raise awareness, because to me it seems, the workplaces and commercial settings is one thing, the residential settings is another, and there is obviously things levers that we have around that. But in terms of an individual's own level of awareness, are there things that you would suggest that we could perhaps recommend in order to raise that? Because it does seem to me, to some extent, an awareness issue, as we've heard obviously from one of the witnesses today talking about their own wood heater.
Yeah.
What would that look like?
So often when people develop symptoms, just like Mr. Johnston's children, we ask about their environment. And so I do have patients with asthma, allergic or otherwise, who have filters that sit, they use portable filters in their living rooms by the bed to reduce the risk of the outdoor pollution and anything that might be going on indoors. But I mean, just like with any patient, if we find a trigger, we try to limit it. If they've got a gas stove, we suggest they find an alternative way of cooking, although, as my mum says, gas stoves are the best in terms of flavour.
But it's challenging, right? Because how does someone afford to then retrofit their house, supposing they even own it, right? If they're in a rental, then it can be more challenging still,
It is, and there isn't an easy solution. I mean, I have patients who've moved from some areas to other areas to, from the North Sydney area where the plane trees might exacerbate their asthma. They've moved elsewhere to avoid pollution and those sorts of things. They aren't easy solutions, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
always,
I suppose you have to
always.
know you have to be aware of what that trigger is to then be able to kind of address it. So when we look to the issue of then monitoring, is that something that you would say is a benefit or is useful that you've seen?
Yes and no. I think I always find that the public health message has to balance up the anxiety that people will feel with the benefits that they can experience. So I think I definitely agree there is a role, but I agree that if we focus on the workplace and then on symptoms, that might be a good start, because I don't want people sitting at home worrying about things that are going to be difficult for them to manage.
Yep.
So it's not a perfect answer.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yes, sorry.
If I could, I have no means of raising hand. Can I add to this?
Please, yes.
The awareness. There's no immediate solution. This is something which builds over years, over generation, really. And for a very long time, we've been arguing that, first of all, training of medical doctors should include information and training about the role of air pollution. This is right now not included in the textbooks for medical doctors. So that's one. But the second is awareness of the society. If it starts at a later age, how to do it. We've been also arguing that this should be part of school curriculum. It doesn't necessarily to have been a long section, but something which would teach all kids about this. But when we talked about with Department of Education, the answer has been there's no room in the curriculum for this. So that's a problem. If we don't teach the society, kids, well, the adults will not know about this. If we don't train the doctors, they won't be taking this into account.
Can I just add one thing in relation to that, which is, we've mentioned public buildings, but the key public buildings also are schools, hospitals, aged care centres and childcare centres. And we've talked about education, and if we have monitoring in all New South Wales government schools, then you will be able to put that into the curriculum, and so that children will be aware when there is high pollution and when there's low pollution, and they can learn how to do things about it. And I think this is one of the things, and the same for aged care centres and for hospitals. If hospitals don't have proper filtration, then that should be a priority, because the more sick you are, the young people and elderly and infirm people are the ones who suffer worst from air pollution. They're most likely to suffer premature death. So if we have monitoring in all these places, and for hospitals and schools, the New South Wales government, this inquiry could actually recommend that this happens. And I would also suggest for schools we have it out monitoring not just indoors, but also in outdoor play areas. Then we're starting to improve the education and help increase the public awareness of the health effects of air pollution. And that would be something that could come out of this inquiry, and I hope it does. Thanks.
If I can also just add something here, we were talking about the impact that air pollution has on individuals. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that in Canberra, which paints itself as being clean, green, environmental city, wood heater smoke is the largest single source of air pollution in the ACT, and the Australian National University found that wood heater smoke causes an estimated 11 to 63 premature deaths in the ACT each year at a cost to our economy of $333 million annually.
I don't know if the committee can make recommendations to the ACT government, but anyway, it's food for thought.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You can for Sydney and for Armidale.
Yes, indeed. I've just got a final question, Chair, if that's all right, just to Dr. Thiruvarad-Shelvan. You mentioned in one of your earlier remarks about issues in relation to various forms of non-invasive ventilation, CPAP, and other things. I just wondered if you could expand on that and whether that is something that, there are sufficient parameters around where it's in terms of aerosolizing diseases or otherwise, or whether there is, work to be done in terms of strengthening some of the infection control guidelines or recommendations in various settings?
That's a good question. I would say I think that there is a lot of room for improvement in that area, and I think we really recognised it. I mean, we'd always, I suppose, somewhat been aware of it, but it really became an issue in the COVID era because that virus was so deadly. We realised that a lot of people, when we got them into hospital, we weren't really able to manage that risk, so they weren't allowed to use their CPAP, and if they needed non-invasive ventilation, we had to isolate them in separate rooms with negative. So I think in negative pressure rooms and things like that. So I think, I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think there's a lot more work to be done. And currently our hospitals are probably not fully equipped for the risks that are associated, because COVID was a particularly virulent pathogen, but some of the less virulent ones can spread, cause, a minor cold or a flu in somebody, and there is evidence that these can go on and increase your risk of various cancers and other things moving forward. So I think it's an evolving space, and I'm not sure that we're necessarily in a position to say that we are doing all the right things at the moment.
Is there something we could be doing more, or is there any, other than putting people in a negative pressure environment whenever they're on a CPAP and have a respiratory illness in an acute setting, like, is there other things that the society or in your expertise are best practice or could work?
To be honest, I don't know the answer to that question. I think at the moment the current best practice is in play, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily good enough yet.
Thank you.
If I can add to this.
Oh, please, yes.
Well, everybody remembers at the beginning of the pandemic, the recommendation was to clean the surfaces to address the infection spread of COVID. It took us a lot of time and effort to persuade the WHO and public health authorities that the virus is spread not through the surfaces, but mainly through the air. And this applies to basically all the viruses. All respiratory viruses, they are spread through the air. Since they are spread through we cannot measure directly viruses, and we will not be able to measure. That's not something which will be possible soon. We must improve ventilation, which is removal of these viruses from space, every space which is shared by people, including, of course, and starting with hospitals. And it's not just in this very in the spaces like negative pressure rooms and so on, but in any space. When people arrive to the hospital, to the emergency, and for treatment, they wait together in areas which are not properly ventilated. This is a perfect place to get infected. So everywhere it should be completely accepted that the transmission is through the air, and measures should be taken to remove the virus or pathogens from the air.
And are
This is
those
not being
measures, Dr. Moraski, are you talking about HEPA filtration, HVAC systems?
That's right. I'm talking about the whole sort of HVAC system, which is ventilation and filtration, because it's a ventilation. HVAC system has filters as a part of it.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
I've got a...
Yeah, go ahead, Mrs. Graham.
Just to follow up, Dr. Moraski, is it possible to filter all viruses out of an indoor air system?
In principle, it is, but we have to realize that those viruses are being generated all the time. So as long as there's a person who is infected, so the fact that we are removing the viruses are being added. So it's a continuous process. And the question here is, what level of removal is necessary to lower the risk of infection below so-called R0, so that infection doesn't spread. So we are not talking about completely removing the risk, but reducing the risk. And appropriate ventilation for the right spaces, for the number of people, it is critical to lower the risk.
And look, my last question is a general question, and to be honest, this is me thinking aloud. I understand you may not have an answer to this. If we adopted air quality standards, conscious of the fact that outdoor pollution also becomes indoor pollution, when we have major events, for example, bushfires, the particulate in the air is going to increase. Do we have any guidance in terms of standards for how long we may have to suspend air quality standards because of major events outside of our control? Anybody got any thoughts on that at all?
Well, we wouldn't have to suspend it, because when we are talking about mechanically ventilated buildings with the right level of filtration and ability to recirculate the air, we can reduce concentration to quite low levels. Whether it would be completely meeting the national standards on air quality or the WHO guidelines, there's a question, depends how long that pollution outdoors prevails. But we could go very, very far with reducing the concentrations.
But conscious of what happened at Prince Alfred Hospital, where it appears that perhaps the filters weren't cleaned to take into account the construction next door, would we also need to have natural disaster guidelines and be cleaning filters more often because of the extensive particulate in the outdoor air?
Oh yeah, this is the starting point. If maintenance is not adequate, of course this is a big problem. But if we have routine monitoring, this monitor will also alert to the fact that the pollution concentration is significantly increased, which may alert to more frequent cleaning of the filter.
Do monitors pick up mould and viruses?
No, monitors don't pick mold or viruses. They pick up, in this case, particulate matter. But for mold...
So a monitor wouldn't have stopped what may have been a maintenance issue at RPA leading to the Aspergillus outbreak?
No, but when we are talking about, I'm not aware of exactly the details there, but there's a WHO guidelines on mold and dampness, and the key issue is to make sure that there's no dampness in buildings, and that can be checked and monitored.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I can add something here too, talking from the aspect of someone who's affected by residential wood smoke pollution, when it comes to situations like the Black Summer bushfires, authorities gave us all plenty of warning, and those with serious health conditions were able to take steps to protect themselves and prepare. Organisations such as the Australian Lung Foundation and Asthma Australia also advertised and promoted ways that people would be able to protect themselves from the impact of bushfire smoke. However, when it comes to residential wood smoke pollution or wood heater smoke in your neighbourhood, you're given no warning, and you have very little time, if no time at all, to be able to prepare yourself for the health impacts of that pollution source.
Thank you.
Can I also add, just mentioning that humidity is a good indicator and temperature is a good indicator of indoor air quality. And one thing that the Victorian schools did in the COVID crisis was they installed HEPA filters to reduce the virus load. And I think that would be something that, but the problem is that they haven't continued using them because some of the teachers found them noisy. So it's also, if you're trying to use filtration, you've just got to make sure it's human friendly and it works. But then again, if you've got the indoor monitors, you can tell that.
Just in the last few minutes, I might just come back to each of you. This has been a very long session and we've gone into a few issues in quite a lot of detail. Were there any key points from your submission that you haven't had the opportunity to speak to that you'd like to raise?
One thing I did want to mention, just going back to the question on what the committee could recommend around public awareness. The Academy of Science put in a submission to the federal budget, and one of those recommendations was that a public awareness and education kind of initiative could be pursued, and I think that's an opportunity that something that the committee could recommend to uplift awareness around indoor air pollutants, airborne pathogens, smoke, and how individuals might be able to monitor or manage that. And that would also, providing that kind of education and guidance would also be an important component if you were to implement enforceable indoor air quality standards to ensure that building owners and operators and employers could comply with those. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, the only thing I would like to add is that, our community leaders have taken steps to protect the community from secondhand cigarette smoke, tobacco smoke, but for some unknown reason they appear to be reluctant to take decisive action when it comes to one of the largest single sources of air pollution in our neighbourhoods, and that's been from wood heaters. I hope that this is something that we'll see in the future, because outdoor air quality is being polluted. Wood heaters are polluting our outdoor air and it's impacting on our indoor air as well.
Thank you. Did you have any concluding comments or anything else?
I think the only thing that I wanted to say was part of the reason why it's important for us to go down this path is a lot of the people who are affected by indoor air quality are, other than families and individuals in their residential environments, are people who work in hospitals and Parliament House in like roles that serve, and the consequences of these exposures can result in long-term harm, and I think we really should be protecting people in their workplaces.
Thank you.
But if I can add from a sort of very broad perspective, there's a UN resolution declaring that access to clean air in general, which means clean indoor air, clean outdoor air, is a fundamental human right. If so, and that's so, it is the responsibility of governments to protect people and to ensure access to clean indoor air as well. So that's the very important role of the government to take on that responsibility.
Thank you. On that note, we'll end this session. Thank you all so much again for the time you've taken to prepare your written submissions and to provide evidence today. If there were questions on notice, and I think there were a couple of questions that Professor Morofska was unable to answer at the start of the session, the Secretariat will be in touch with you about those and any supplementary questions. And the committee will now break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could we start off, please, with each of you stating your name and position title and then taking either the oath or the affirmation?
Thank you. My name is Yasmin Cox. I'm Executive Director for Regulatory Capability and Harm Prevention with SafeWork New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
My name is Mahinda Sinavaratna. I am State Inspector, Occupational Health and Environment in the Specialist Harm Prevention Directorate at SafeWork New South Wales. I am a certified occupational hygienist and a fellow of the Australian Institute of Occupational Hygienists. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
If I may, just to outline SafeWork New South Wales' role as a work health and safety regulator. Thank you. So work health and safety is overseen as SafeWork New South Wales is responsible for ensuring the health and safety of workplaces through compliance, education and advisory. And I'm happy if the committee will allow it just to set out the framework.
Please.
So the framework essentially stems from the Act that is overseen by the regulator, supported by work health and safety regulations and codes of practice. In this particular context, if I start by providing just a brief overview of a primary duty that stems from the Work Health and Safety Act, which essentially imposes upon what's referred to as persons conducting a business or undertaking and owners to provide a safe work environment and minimise risks, or certainly attempt to eliminate from the outset, as so far as reasonably practicable. And in the event that a PCBU is unable to eliminate the risk, then to minimise that risk as so far as reasonably practicable. The regulations then that support the Act then set out more detailed, prescribed areas, and in this context, there's a work environment provisions set out. They look at areas from workplace layout, consider, in this case, ventilation in particular, and the codes of practice then underpin the regulations, all of which will become mandatory in July. But certainly the Work Environment Code of Practice is also a source of information that sets out in further detail what can support PCBUs in this regard, but equally within that code of practice also calls out relevant Australian standards, particularly in relation to ventilation. One of the prescribed regulations, aside from general work environment within the regulation, also sets out what's referred to as workplace exposure standards. So there are over 600 workplace exposure standards that relate to what's referred to as airborne contaminants. So these are primarily dusts and chemicals, and or they're all dusts and chemicals, I should say, and of which include carbon dioxide, silica, asbestos, formaldehyde, a whole raft of various chemicals. But certainly in this context, to assist the committee and the chair, dusts and chemicals that are referred to as and supported by workplace exposure standards are referred to as pollutants, and the pathogen would be referred to as, or an example of a microorganism such as mould, and other means of bacteria or virus that don't form part of that framework by way of the exposure, workplace exposure standards. If I may, just also aside to that, and more broadly, aside from those provisions set out closely under work environment, there's also our hazardous chemical framework that more broadly sets out requirements in the regulation in particular that sets out detailed information to support businesses or PCBUs in how to identify hazards, assess risks, but namely calls out different items such as safety data sheet, such as chemical registers and the like to be able to support. So there's a number of provisions that assist businesses in that regard.
Thank you. I might start with a couple of very broad questions from myself, and I'm sure we'll have some specific ones as a committee as well. There's already been lots of evidence provided around indoor air quality in the context of providing a safe workplace, so whether that's in private sector workplaces, offices, other public buildings, and particularly schools and hospitals, which are obviously directly controlled by the New South Wales government. I'm interested broadly in, under that current framework what you've just outlined, what is your capability to intervene if an employee in any of those workplaces is concerned about their exposure to poor indoor air quality as a workplace hazard?
Certainly there are avenues as a regulator to be able to respond. An example would be a request for service if an employee had concerns and could notify the regulator in that regard, and certainly would go through then our triage protocol and framework, and if that warranted then an inspector response, an inspector would go out to site and make the necessary inquiries, certainly in the first instance against understanding just how risks are being managed, importantly, and just make those general inquiries in that regard. Certainly, aside from the formal avenues that a request for service could be sought in that regard, there's information also available on our website that certainly could assist someone understand the nature of some of these hazards. So that there's different avenues that could be taken in that regard.
Okay. I understand this may need to be taken on notice, but are you able to provide how many of those requests for service you've received relating to indoor air quality?
I would have to take that on notice if that's okay, because it's certainly a complex area, and as I identified, there's a number of dust, chemicals in certain areas that may not necessarily be classified as indoor air, if that makes sense. So certainly I can take on notice and see if there's relevant data that we can...
Thank you. I appreciate you taking that on notice so that it's accurate. And my follow-up question, which I appreciate you're about to take on notice as well, would be what, if any, actions were taken in response to those requests for service? So, an outline of work you've done, for example, in the last 12 months.
In the last 12 months, certainly. I can take that on notice.
Thank you very much. One of the themes of the evidence we've received is that air quality indoors is not routinely monitored in many of these spaces. So if I'll start with schools as one example, because we've got schools infrastructure next, but this is obviously an issue in a number of different contexts. Mm-hmm. Without monitoring, how are you then effectively able to ensure that a safe workplace environment from an air point of view?
No, thank you for that question. As mentioned earlier, if within that workplace exposure standard framework, there's a provision set out in the legislation that, in simple terms, when in doubt, then air monitoring would be undertaken in that regard by the PCBU. That's for determining if there are dusts or chemicals present within the work environment. But equally, as an aside, if the work setting, or in this case, the workplace you just described, if they had hazardous chemicals in the workplace, equally there would be information, or should be information, readily available from their safety data sheets or information that's prescribed in the legislation that's required to allow insight into what potential chemicals may be present in the air quality or within that work setting.
For a pollutant like carbon dioxide, which is obviously always present in regular air and exhaled by all of us, what sort of exposure limits are you working to for carbon dioxide in a workplace?
There is a workplace exposure standard for carbon dioxide that I can provide the committee and take that on notice, and then that sets out the relevant provisions, or I can certainly turn to my colleague if he wishes to expand in further detail. That will assist.
Please.
Yes. In relation to carbon dioxide, the workplace exposure standard for carbon dioxide is 5,000 ppm. That is for an 8-hour time-weighted average, for your average working time. So the workplace exposure standards are based on preventing health effects, physiological health effects, preventing illness and disease caused by the exposure. So all the workplace exposure standards that has been mentioned for about 600 chemicals are based on those health effects. So for carbon dioxide, I think you're referring to the indoor air quality limit of around 800 ppm in a workplace. So that is an indication of poor air quality in there due to inadequate ventilation. So outdoor levels are usually about 400, 450 ppm. So if you have something around 800 in an indoor environment, that's an indication of poor ventilation, mixing of air.
Yeah, thank you. And that's consistent with other evidence we've heard. So I'm interested in an example where you had a busy classroom, for example, with a level of 2,000. So, you know, that would be representative of poor ventilation, risk of pathogen transmission and other things, but that's not high enough to trigger your threshold for, you know, direct causation of illness or disease. Am I correct in interpreting your evidence that you don't have capability to intervene in that regard unless it were to hit that threshold of 5,000?
In that situation, we would look at it as an indoor air quality issue. So we are aware of those guidelines around 800. So if you have measurements showing it so up to 2,000, we can take action to improve the air quality in it. But the mandatory standard is 5,000, so we can't enforce that. But we can take action with the broader legislation, with the working environment requirements under our Clause 40E to provide good ventilation for the safety of the occupants. So we can take action if we have evidence of high levels of carbon dioxide.
Okay, and this is helpful. And can you just explain that a little bit further? So in that scenario, I'm going to continue with this hypothetical 2,000 in a classroom.
Yeah.
What is that pathway that's available to you to intervene?
Yeah. So if you have 2,000, it's clearly indication of poor ventilation, too high than normal. So we would look at what are the sources of the high CO2. So of course, the large number of occupants would be a contributing factor. But then we would look at, of course, the ventilation system. If it's a mechanically ventilated building, are you keeping your windows shut during, maybe in winter, you keep them shut? If it's air-conditioned workplace, then we'll look at the air conditioning system, the intake of fresh air, whether that's adequate. As you know, there's Australian standard for minimum amount of fresh air intake. So that's something we can check with the operators of the air conditioning system.
Okay. And in the first part of your answer, I think you said that it wasn't enforceable at that level. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, if you, under our Clause 49 of the legislation, if you are exceeding the exposure standard, then we can enforce it because it's mandatory. Mm-hmm. But here, this is below the standard, but we are looking at poor air quality as a working environment issue. So we can enforce through our Clause 40E, which is about better ventilation.
Okay. And so in the event that a PCBU, you know, in this hypothetical example, the school was unable or unwilling to address those issues voluntarily, what actions then available? Yeah.
We can issue an improvement notice referring to the clauses that are there. So they are in breach of Clause 40E if they don't provide adequate ventilation. So we can enforce it through taking better control measures. If it's a ventilation system problem, they can improve the air conditioning to provide adequate ventilation.
Okay. And in a context where carbon dioxide is not routinely monitored, so we've heard from a whole variety of community members, parents, children, you know, people who are voluntarily bringing monitors in with them to school or to work. Are you aware of any environments where that's actually routinely monitored and reported to you as standard, or are we relying on those vulnerable people to measure this themselves?
Yeah, usually if they have got someone to do the measurements and we get a report, then we have that evidence. But also if we do an investigation like that and if there are no measurements, we do have our own capabilities to monitor CO2 within our team. So we can go and get a routine measurement and check what the level of carbon dioxide is.
Thank you. That's been a fair few of my questions in a row. I'm happy to go to other members of the committee. Go ahead.
A couple of questions. Thank you for your discussion about the number of standards and the different standards that apply in different workplaces. We've had a lot of evidence talking about what would be appropriate standards, I suppose, for indoor air quality generally, thinking about public spaces, private homes, schools. Is there a standard that you use that could be replicated for an indoor air quality standard, or does it need to be more nuanced and special purpose standards for each particular type of building or environment?
Yeah, I mean, there's no mandated indoor air quality standards, as you know.
No.
But for many years, there have been guidelines, not just for carbon dioxide, but also for thermal comfort, temperature, humidity, all that. So we'll refer to those guidelines. Like for a lot of other areas where there are no exposure limits, we can look at from acceptable sources. There's a lot of international bodies that have established guidelines that are available. So I think there's a lot of wider consensus among people, especially in the occupational hygiene area, what should be the guidelines. For example, CO2 around 800 to 1,000 is widely accepted.
I think this is one of our challenges. We have been invited by any number of witnesses to make regulation for indoor air quality, but a number of different standards have been offered to us, some of which seem to be broadly compatible, others of which seem not to be. And I suppose I'm really asking, if we were inclined to recommend that there was a regulated indoor air quality, what in your opinion would be the safest or the best standard to look at? And is it possible to say that indoor air quality should be 1, 2, 3, or are we saying indoor air quality in schools should be 1, 2, 3, in hospitals should be 5, 6, 7, in private homes should be 12, 13, 15? And should we be going as far as to talk about thermal comfort, humidity, or should we just be looking at gases? Should we be looking at particulates? A lot of the sensors, people are saying, well, they only measure CO2, but that's a good rough guide for other things. I admit to being very confused. I'm wondering if there's anything that if there's a bright line that we should be looking at that could guide us in this area.
I'm happy am I able to turn to my colleague?
Yeah, I can understand the confusion because indoor air quality is a multifactorial issue. You would have gathered by now. There's the thermal comfort issues of temperature, humidity, air velocity, all the pollutants involved. So I think it's like any standard setting process, you need to get the various expertise and people involved in there to come up with a standard that looks after the health of with indoor air quality. It's beyond workplaces. So you have a broader population to look at, more susceptible population than the adult population that we regulate for. So you need a broader consensus to come with different standards for these different elements of it. Right. But I can add and say that there's a lot of international work done on this, and there are some consensus standards around the world.
And is there an enforcement challenge if we have lots of different standards for different areas? So with the best will in the world and people wanting to comply, if there's a number of different standards, does that create just challenges with monitoring, getting the right equipment to be checking that we are meeting those standards and then actually complying with those standards?
If I may just provide an overview, and I may turn to my colleague just to provide further detail. Within the risk management framework and the onus of the PCBU having a general duty and needing to consider the elimination as so far as reasonably practicable, within the limbs of reasonably practicable, it requires a PCBU to consider what's available, what's suitable, what one ought to know. And there are a few examples of limbs contained within that particular section. And currently, if there are standards called up in the codes of practice, or equally, if there are guidance material, either readily available within the state, territory, or overseas, then certainly that would form part of the risk management process for a PCBU to be able to determine what within their work setting, depending on their risk profile and factors associated, whether that be health, whether that be education, whether that be a whole various different kinds, and that information can assist inform with decision making in what's appropriate, what's suitable. So certainly in light of high risk areas, when there are instances where there are more than one standard, then certainly it's an opportunity then just to either seek relevant advice from a competent person, which may be the case, certainly when it comes to health and hygiene, or certainly there may be internal resources available to the PCBU to assist step through that process.
Left field question.
Yes.
Let's say we're talking about a retail setting.
Yes.
And the PCBU is aware that their indoor air quality is generally okay, but there would be certain people in the community for whom it may not be good enough. Can the PCBU adequately respond by putting a notice on the front door saying our indoor air quality is suitable for the average adult, but if you are immunocompromised, we recommend you take your own precautions?
Again, it would come down to, within that particular retail setting, just the nuances associated. So if a retail setting, for instance, had, for example, cleaning activity that used hazardous chemicals, or equally what's referred to as an engineering control is the ventilation, and whether or not that was suitably maintained, or equally was it indeed the correct fit-for-purpose ventilation or filtration to support work environments. That level of inquiry would need to be determined before a PCBU can step through that process. If I can't eliminate any what may be determined as poor air quality, or equally substitute or isolate, it's the hierarchy of control that would be applied in that sense. And then an admin control, if there is information provided to others that are entering into that work environment, that would be considered a lowest form of control. So essentially a PCB would have to demonstrate that they've worked through those steps. And that would then assist inform the best course of action, and that may include one or more different steps.
In terms of standards and the appropriate response of a PCBU and safe work, I'm just thinking about the recent example at RPA where there was an issue that led to deaths in the transplant unit. It may well have been because of construction activity outside that could not or was not properly controlled by air filtering, monitoring. It could also have been because the air conditioning units weren't maintained properly and kept damp free, so mould was able to grow. What role does safe work play in looking at the causes of those things and then reflecting on, for example, maintenance guidelines or steps that are appropriate to take?
May I answer twofold, if
please.
that's okay? So for that particular scenario, there are lines of inquiry occurring currently, so that's an active matter. So I'd probably be inclined, if I may, just to, in general terms, what line of inquiry may be taken in a similar scenario. So certainly an inspector would be undertaking its inquiries just to determine and, just that fact-finding, for want of a better word, to look at any source of causation, or in some instances that line of inquiry may escalate to a more comprehensive investigation to determine that. So each setting would turn on its own facts. If there is a particular event, or if it has been related to an incident or injury, then that line of inquiry would then be undertaken to determine, to your point, is there any other, what factors have been associated with that from a regulatory perspective, and then take the appropriate course of action, whether that be from a regulatory standing point. Enforcement tools may include, but not limited to, notices or prosecution or the like in that regard. But there would be broader considerations that would need to be looked at.
I suppose the second part of my question was, after the inspector's investigation is completed, is that then reflected back into changes to maintenance requirements? So, for example, if an investigation finds that the ducts should be cleaned every month to make sure that they're dry, are relevant standards and guidelines then changed?
So in general terms, and I may refer to my colleague, in relation to any ventilation plant or structure, quite often a line of inquiry will seek maintenance records or seek just general upkeep. Certainly if it's part of its work environment, or in this case ventilation or system is considered an engineering control to provide a safe work environment to ensure risks, there's no risks being posed to cause injury or illness or death. So that would be a general line of inquiry in that case. Now, should maintenance records not be provided, or should in a particular case an inspector form a reasonable belief that there's poor risk management or certainly a contravention specifically to the legislation, then a notice would be issued. Or, as I said previously, it may be escalated to consider further tools.
I guess at the end of that process, are guidelines ever changed because of what the inspector learns? So, for example, if everything was done according to what people thought was best practice, but in that process people found out actually we haven't been looking whether the ducts are dry, we should have been doing that, are the guidelines then changed?
I'll turn to my colleague to answer that question.
Maintenance is an important part of the Australian standards for ventilation.
Yes.
So that's the responsibility of the building owner to have proper maintenance, and that includes cleaning your ductwork to prevent mold growth.
But are the maintenance standards ever changed as a result of what an inspector discovers?
Yeah, if what we find brings out that the standard is not adequate, then it's up to the Standards Australia who develop those standards. It's up to them to improve the standard.
Do you make a report to Standards Australia and recommend that they do this?
Safe Work New South Wales has various representatives on a number of different standards that certainly Safe Work's contribution is provided in relation to any standard that's considered for review.
How would the Safe Work representative get information from the inspector or from an inspection process that there may be an issue that needs to be revisited with respect to a standard?
In general terms, if I may, and turn to me, certainly data, or if there's any trends in relation to, ongoing matters, that would certainly form part of a contribution to a standard committee or standards meeting to say that there's trends being observed, if that's the case.
And who would cause that note to be given? Like, who looks at those trends and who would write that note that would go to the Safe Work representative?
Who within Safe Work?
Yeah.
It would vary depending on the nature or subject matter. Quite often, if standards are typically of technical nature, so in this instance, Mahinda and his team, as occupational hygienists, or in some cases, if a standard relates to plan or structure, it may warrant one of our engineers. It depends on the subject matter, but quite often.
It sounds to me as if it relies on the goodwill, interest, attentiveness of somebody who's involved to pass it up the chain, rather than there's any sort of, monthly meeting, formal process, things we have noticed, perhaps we should be considering these. Am I misunderstanding the process, or am I correct?
Well, Standards Australia would be best placed because they have quite a governance in place around
But how do
its
they
standards.
know? How are they getting the fruits of what Safe Work inspectors are learning?
In some cases with the standards, Safe Work, if not all cases, Safe Work, if there is a representative of Safe Work, it is a combination of other various representatives from industry or academics that are equally contributing toward that issue at hand, if there is an issue, to enable that process to
But if
undertake
safe
a
work are
due
in
process.
the field, they're much more likely to become aware of issues than anybody else, aren't they? And it just seems a shame that that expertise isn't being captured and passed on for consideration. It doesn't mean that if an inspector says X, that should become the standard, but it seems that Standards Australia aren't getting access to all the good work being done by Safe Work.
Yeah, I can turn to Mahinda, thank you.
I mean, within our teams, we have regular meetings and we discuss issues that would have come up. So we would know within the team that issue like this has come up. And most likely it will be one of our specialist inspectors or someone from our specialist engineering team who would be on the standards as a representative. So within our team's discussions, surely the rep would be able to know if there's an issue they can take to the standards committee.
So to summarise, it's an informal process and it relies on somebody, it relies on the Safe Work representative on a standard being part of an informal discussion about what inspectors learnt.
Yes, because the rep on the committee will have direct participation in the standards committee.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to come back to the school example, hypothetically. So you, as you're aware, there are a number of schools, I think a majority of schools across New South Wales that are reliant on natural ventilation in terms of their design. In terms of the hierarchy of control for eliminating hazards, it's obviously a preference to eliminate hazards or then control hazards through engineering design before you go to administrative requirements like a policy that requires the teacher to open the window, or even worse, having vulnerable students wearing a mask. So under that kind of framework, how is it possible that we're still reliant on policies like that? They're requiring teachers to open windows rather than actually requiring schools to have an engineering solution for ventilation.
Yeah, this would be more in the building design stage. So when indoor air quality issues were first raised in Australia in the 90s, there was involvement of public works, architects in looking at how to design buildings to prevent indoor air quality problems. So that would more be a responsibility of the building management. So from our enforcement action, what we can do is to require the building owners to take measures to improve the ventilation. So it is up to them to make those changes within the building.
Okay, so you, under the current framework, you haven't got the capability to intervene and require those engineering or more permanent solutions?
We can issue notices to improve ventilation, as I said, under our Clause 40E, and some of the measures would be something immediate, improve, maybe having a ventilation air conditioning system for that area of the building. So those we can require as a reasonably practical measure that the building owner can do.
And I suppose if something is brought to your attention, like the individual staff members and individual parents who are particularly interested in an issue like this, what capability do you then have to investigate the broader issue? Or are you required to only look at one classroom at a time? It seems like a very ad hoc approach.
Yeah, we are looking at the occupants of the workplace. So I mean, the school we'll see as a workplace, but these are also the occupants in there who are affected. So that we can work with the say the school management to look at ways of are there any other ways that you can improve the air quality. For example, if it's during summertime you might be able to have additional fans to improve the air quality without making changes to the building as a whole. So you can look at different control measures that we can recommend in the through the improvement notices.
The Teachers Federation, in their evidence to this inquiry, have argued that requiring teachers to manually operate windows represents, and I'll quote from them, a systemic failure of the state's duty of care under the Work Health and Safety Act 2011. Their argument is that there's a statutory responsibility to provide a safe workplace by eliminating risks insofar as it's reasonably practical, and that these sort of discretionary or advisory guidelines are not sufficient. What's your response to that?
If I may, in general terms, as described, the onus would be on the PCBU to be able to provide evidence of a safe system of work, and essentially how is the work environment being, how are risks being managed within that work environment, and certainly stepping through ways to eliminate any risks. But importantly, the PCBU has to be able to identify the hazard, what hazards exist within that work environment. And the hazard could be any hazard that presents itself, in this case, if it's relating to ventilation and in indoor quality, or equally other hazards in the work environment, has the potential to cause harm, and then work through how that risk is assessed and then determine what appropriate controls or suitable controls, stepping through that hierarchy of control. So from eliminate, substitute, isolate, all the way through to your point to either be coupled or supported by admin controls.
Okay. So for these two environments that are of particular interest to this inquiry in our terms of reference, so schools and hospitals, you're saying that under the current framework, the onus is actually on the New South Wales Education Department and New South Wales Health to be identifying these risks and taking steps to eliminate them.
As a PCBU, but health and education, or any other PCBU, the onus or general duty is on the PCBU to be able to demonstrate the risks are being managed to provide a safe work environment.
I just wanted to come back to the question of mould, which my colleague has raised. We've already received evidence that though mould is complex to measure, that the best way to prevent mould is to prevent the type of environment that causes mould to proliferate. So controlling temperature, humidity, dampness, for example, rectifying buildings that have had water damage. Where does that fit in your current framework? I forget what the number you had of dust and chemicals that you're monitoring for, but in terms of that response to water damage or humidity.
I mean, with mold, and mold is part of fungi, a group of microorganisms. So as you know, there are no exposure standards for mold within workplaces or any other environments. So with mold issues, it's to look at where the source of the problem is and to fix the problem. Often we have seen problems where it is through wet carpeting, issues like that has caused a mold problem. So that can be dealt with at the source if it's a problem. But as you say, if it's a humidity issue that is causing it, then there can be measures taken to improve the humidity in the environment. So often with mold issues, it is the source problem that you need to deal with it, and there's ways to remediate mold in buildings that can be done to mitigate the problem as a whole.
Yeah. So without an exposure standard for mould, and I know an excuse that's often given is that there are certain species of fungus or mould that are in the natural environment, particularly outdoors all the time. What are those preventive measures, or what are the things that should be assessed in terms of providing a safe workplace that's not at risk of causing mould proliferation?
Yeah, so the various sources of having mold growth, as I said, often it's something damp conditions that cause it. So if you have measures in place to prevent that sort of issue or take quick action when you have a damp issue. The other thing is you can get some mold from the poorly maintained, say, ductwork. So that is again something that the building owners can take action to prevent exposures. So with mold issues, it is to target the source of the mold contamination and take action to remediate it.
I had a particular question as well that's in the context of the mould contamination at the Calvary Mater Hospital in Newcastle, which is of interest to this committee on a separate inquiry. But we have heard that when air contamination was detected, that staff were reassured that it was at a level that was unlikely to cause harm to healthy people, while there was no effort to actually ascertain whether staff had immunocompromise or other medical conditions or reasons where this would actually be a significant hazard for them. What response would you expect in this scenario where you had mould contamination at a level that was determined to be harmful to immunocompromised patients, not harmful for healthy people? Surely that would still require a response from the PCBU.
In that instance, I'm not in a position to comment, but to your point, there would be a line of inquiry that would seek information from the PCBU to be able to demonstrate that the risks are being adequately managed. And to my colleague's point just earlier, I'd be looking at evidence of the source that has created that hazard. I can refer to Mahinda if he wishes to provide any.
Yeah, I mean, if the workplace has immunocompromised people, then the person investigating should be made aware of it and take that into consideration. So if you are made aware that there is immunocompromised people, then action should be taken to consider their safety too.
Okay, so just to clarify, because it's, to me this is quite unintuitive, there should be a requirement for those employees to have to disclose their personal health information to their employer, rather than the employer being required to provide air that's safe enough for everyone in that workplace.
Yeah, I mean, there are privacy issues with that. But when an inspector investigates, you can speak directly to the worker and ask if there is some likelihood of that. But I recognize there are privacy issues where we may not be aware of the person's medical condition in such a situation.
Thanks. Were there other questions? Go ahead, Mrs. Sivell.
Thanks, Chair. Just in terms of your previous comments around the lack of workplace exposure standards specific to mould, I wondered if you had any awareness of other jurisdictions that may have workplace exposure standards in place, whether there's anything at a Safe Work Australia level or perhaps internationally? Yeah,
with regards to mold or fungi as a group. Yeah, this is a difficult area of setting standards, as you know. It's not just fungi, but also bacteria and all. There are thousands of species involved.
Yes.
And many years ago, the American Conference of Industrial Hygienists, who are the main sort of standard setting body, tried to have an arbitrary figure, but people recognize you can't take microorganisms as one group.
Yes.
So you have to look at what is involved. So one of the avenues of investigating molds often is to, if you want to know what is involved, there are ways to identify them through microscopy and all. But you need specialized labs that can do that. But without a standard, you can't monitor in there. I mean, there are instruments and all to monitor, but you can't have a limit to say this is unsafe. So it is, microorganisms is a difficult area in occupational hygiene to use the approaches we take with chemicals and dust. And you need specialized skills with microbiological knowledge to look at it. So that is why we want to focus on looking at the source where the problem and fixing it. You can see mold growth, unlike a chemical in the air, you could see mold growth on a surface and take action to remediate it quickly.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, that's helpful. You mentioned earlier as well, in terms of the Act, Section 40E, I believe it was. I wonder if you could provide the committee with any information about whether there has been any enforcement taken under that Act, and whether there has been any pins issued at any workplaces with respect to that specific clause.
I'd have to take that on notice if that's okay.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, thank you.
And certainly in relation to any pins or for that particular provision.
I suppose what I'm trying to understand is whether or not it is at the moment, whether it is something that's being utilised, and whether there is a general awareness of that, and how it's enforced.
Yeah, as I said, if the issue was clearly evident to us is a ventilation issue, we will take action under that clause in the legislation. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. That's all I have for now.
Thanks.
Just one quick question. You indicated before when I was asking about RPA that there was an investigation occurring. When is it, if it's patients who suffer adverse consequences, or if it's students at a school who suffer adverse consequences, when does that become a safe work issue if the nurses don't suffer adverse consequences or the teachers don't suffer adverse consequences?
Can I answer in two ways? So to your point earlier, I indicated it was an active matter, so there's some line of inquiry occurring in relation to that particular matter. In light of any information that stems from either employees or patients or otherwise, if that information is brought to the regulator, then it is triaged and appropriate action is taken, if any, to then undertake that line of inquiry, and that may mean an inspector response. Or
so it doesn't need to be a worker who's injured.
Well, if anything is alleged that it has occurred within a workplace setting, if information is brought to the regulator, then that's triaged accordingly to determine if it warrants then an inspector response, or information is provided to that person, whether that be a worker or otherwise. But certainly, the focus for the Work Health and Safety Regulator is any work activity that occurs within a workplace setting. So if information is brought to the regulator's attention, then through the appropriate avenue, then it's triaged accordingly and actions taken, or inquiries are undertaken.
So if half of year 3 in a particular school developed asthma, but that could be a matter that's brought to the Safe Work Regulator.
It could be, but equally it could be a public health issue. It could be brought to New South Wales Health, and quite often in these complex hazards and harms, quite often there is an overlap, with whether that be a work health and safety, or in that particular case potentially a public health issue that's addressed by New South Wales Health, or in some instances an environment issue, and that could require that line of inquiry too. So, certainly if I use the example, if I may, with COVID, obviously a public health issue, with the lead being a public health lead, but equally Work Health and Safety Regulator played its role in that regard. So I hope that
Just
helps.
thinking about COVID, did standards for indoor air quality or maintenance change as a result of what we learnt from COVID?
Turn to my colleague.
There's a code of practice for managing biological hazards that's just been completed by Safe Work Australia. So that was the outcome of the learnings from COVID, especially regarding exposure to a biological hazard. Right. So there's a lot of measures that will be in that code of practice to prevent that sort of a problem again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all good.
If there are no further questions, then that brings us to the end of the session. The Secretariat will be in touch with you about the questions that you took on notice and any additional questions from the committee. Thanks again for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Thank you for making the time to give evidence this afternoon. Can we start with your name and position title, please, and then taking either the oath or the affirmation?
Sure. My name is Lisa Harrington. I'm Deputy Secretary for School Infrastructure at the Department of Education. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
No, I'm happy to answer questions that you have.
Okay. My first burning question is about the Clean Air Schools program. I asked you about this at budget estimates last year.
Yes.
And you told us in September that you had just received it and weren't able to speak to it yet. Are you able to speak to those results now?
Yes, I am. So the Clean Air study was a partnership with the University of New South Wales. We started it in 2023 and we got the report late last year. So what we did, the objective of the study was really to understand post-COVID, we got a greater understanding of classrooms and the sort of ventilation that they had, any concerns there. We did a lot of work with fixing windows and ceilings and fans. As you know, in that time, though, we were really encouraging windows to be opened as much as possible, and we wanted to really understand, what were the CO2 levels in classrooms. So the University of New South Wales Clean Air study, it looked at 59 schools with a mix of urban and rural, and there were 3 levels that they were checking. So first of all, particulate matter, and that's of 2.5 microns or less in diameter, and that was indoor and outdoor. Nitrogen dioxide for outdoor in the urban schools, and carbon dioxide for indoor. I'll start with the particulate matter. So the report found that across those studied schools, so both indoor and outdoor for particulate matter largely remained below the current New South Wales government thresholds. That's for annual and daily exposure. For nitrogen oxide, for the most part, monitored schools rarely experienced outdoor nitrogen oxide concentrations that posed an elevated threat to students or staff. For CO2, there were some inconsistent results. So generally, the report says that most classrooms did not exceed the 850 parts per million CO2 threshold for most school hours, but there were some classrooms that did have elevated results. The report says that the findings indicate that some teachers may be teaching with closed windows. So that's something that we are really looking into now. The report makes various recommendations, including better awareness of the need to flush fresh air through the classrooms and mechanical ventilation where required. So what we're doing now is we've got asset management teams in 8 regional areas. We've got asset services officers that look after 10 schools. So what we're really doing now is, as I said, at COVID time, we've got a better understanding of the learning spaces. Do they have fans? Do they have mechanical ventilation? About half of our school classrooms have mechanical ventilation. Are they using them the way they should? If they've got air purifiers, are they using them the way they should? So what we're doing at the moment now is really those ASOs and the asset management unit has these findings, and they're working out with schools whether more action needs to be taken to make sure that for those areas where we have had those elevated readings, is it simply that the teachers using those spaces are not aware of what's best in terms of ventilation, or do we need to do something differently?
Thank you. So coming back to the carbon dioxide levels, you said most didn't exceed the threshold of 850 for most of the school hours. So how many of the 59 schools did exceed that?
Yeah, that's what the report states, most. There are a few classrooms in particular that there were consistently elevated levels, and they're the ones that we're really doing some extra work.
Okay, so how many were those out of the 59?
So 3 classrooms. Okay. And we have engaged a specialist to help us understand why it is that there's elevated readings. There are obviously, ASOs have a lot of skills in terms of assets, but we do rely on specialists. For example, in there's asbestos, we engage independent hygienists. We're engaging a specialist as well, just to help us understand for those classrooms what extra action should we take.
Okay. And you mentioned that mechanical ventilation was being considered where that's required. Are any of those 59 schools now being upgraded to mechanical ventilation?
What was interesting is that some of those 59 were some of the cooler classroom schools that do actually have mechanical ventilation. And some of them were classrooms that have cross ventilation. So that was something that we just need to look at more, that it isn't necessarily a case that if there's mechanical ventilation, that you don't have any concerns at all. That was something that was a bit surprising to us that we are looking into more. So why is it in those classrooms that did have mechanical ventilation? Because part of the cooler classrooms, there is actually the CO2 monitor as well. So we just need to understand. There was less elevated readings in those classrooms, but it didn't mean that they never had elevated readings.
Okay. Can I just clarify part of your answer there? Because you said that the air conditioning includes CO2 monitoring. We've had evidence from other parties to this inquiry that some of the cooler schools installations were split systems, so that are just recycling and cooling the same air, so not actually ventilating the air.
So my advice is that the cooler classrooms rollout included CO2 sensors. So basically when it gets to a certain level, it kicks in.
Okay. And that's across all of the cooler schools?
That's my advice, yes.
Okay. When the Clean Air Schools program was announced, my understanding it was supposed to include 100 randomly selected schools.
Yes.
You're saying there's now only results for 59. What happened to the other 41?
Yeah, so look, I wasn't in this role at that time, but what I understand from the report is it was just a challenge of getting the amount of schools that they could at that particular time. My assumption was it was perhaps at that sort of tail end of COVID for whatever reason. I can't say specifically, but my guess is that there was an attempt to get 100 and only 59 could participate. I can come back to you with more detail on that.
Yeah, please. And I think I understand that those initial 100 were randomly selected.
Yes.
With only 59 participating, I'm interested to understand if the researchers did any analysis to understand if there was then selection bias of which were the 59 that ended up being included and which were the 41.
Oh, I can try and find out more, but from the report it was, they describe it as representative classrooms in 59 schools across urban and rural New South Wales. So obviously University of New South Wales undertook this study and there wasn't very much an attempt to have a representative sample.
Okay. And then my last question on the cooler schools, on the clean air schools, before I go to my colleagues, you said in your answer that most of the school studies didn't exceed the carbon dioxide threshold of 850 for most of the school hours. My reading of that is that therefore those classrooms were breaching that standard some of the time, and was there any work done to further understand what those circumstances were?
So yes, that's the work that we're doing at the moment. So definitely the report, as I said, it raises concerns that that in some classrooms there is teaching being done without any open windows, so that it is getting that inconsistent, or there are some classrooms with elevated results, and that's the work that our asset management teams are doing at the moment. So 2021 we went into all 150,000 spaces to check, is there adequate ventilation here, and we did a ventilation report on each school before we brought people back for learning from the classroom. I think that was day 1, term 4 in 2021, I believe. So it's a little bit dated now, so we're going and doing some more work to understand. Again, at that particular time, there were windows that needed to be fixed because they couldn't be opened. We're doing that work now. So it's not just in the 59 studied schools, it's actually to go around. The other thing that does happen is that while we might have central data that might show a school has or doesn't have a certain system, on the ground it might be different. P&C might have raised funds for air conditioning. We're not aware of that centrally. So we're just going and doing a assessment basically to understand on the back of these findings, is there anything else that we need to do in those spaces?
Thank you. You accurately predicted what my final question was going to be. It's obviously concerning that there are some classrooms in New South Wales that are not a safe work environment for teachers or a safe learning environment for kids. Are you able to provide more detail? And I appreciate it may be on notice, but more broadly, not just the 59 schools that happen to be studied, but what specifically does that mean? Are you going now back to every school to actually do carbon dioxide monitoring in every classroom? And if not, what are you doing?
Yeah. So look, there's various recommendations in the report which we are following. So one of them is to make sure that there's enough awareness of the importance of ventilation. So that means, regularly making sure that teachers are aware of the need for fresh air. It does say, mechanical ventilation where required, so that is absolutely an option if it's needed. We're also making sure that that the systems are operating as they should. So that's something our ASOs can do. We go and regularly check the systems, but we need to make sure that they are operating as they should. So it is a bit of a case by case. As I said, we've got a lot of data from COVID times around and particular ventilation reports for each school, so that's a very good base to start from. But yes, we do need to make sure and the big message that we often relay is if there's any concerns with any spaces, please reach out to your ASO so that we can address those. But it is, we've got a large system, 2,200 schools. Yes, we are concerned that in some of those spaces, as the report indicates, there are some teaching may be being done with closed windows. Is there a reason for that? Is it because there's noise or there is a flight path or something that means that the teachers are feeling that they shouldn't open the windows? And in those instances, we might need to do something different.
Okay. And will that report be made public?
I can come back to your notice. I'm happy to provide the report to the committee if you're interested.
Thank you. The committee is very interested in the report, but I know that there are many members of the public who are also interested in the report.
Yes. I can come back to your notice, but I can imagine we would, yes.
Okay, thank you. I've got heaps more questions, but I'm happy to go to other committee members first. Mr.
Sure.
Siva.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for your appearance today. I just wanted to start with a clarification. It may seem obvious, but the 59 schools that you looked at through the UNSW study, I'm assuming they are all public schools?
They are public schools, yes.
Has there been any work done to look at, or is there any knowledge of whether this is an issue in non-government schools and to what extent it is an issue in non-government schools?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good point. It is 59 public schools, but the issue of indoor air quality is obviously not specific to public education. As far as I'm aware, a lot of spaces have this issue of making sure there's adequate ventilation. It's not unique to schools and not unique to public schools. But yes, the study that we did just had a look at public schools.
And so has there been any work undertaken at any point in time, to your knowledge, to assess what the air quality was like in all schools across New South Wales as opposed to just...
I'm not across that, but I suspect... what this study found in terms of the behaviour of teachers would not be unique to New South Wales public schools. It would probably be a similar situation in other schools in terms of, is there a reason why they're not opening the windows? Either they're not aware or there's a reason, there's noise outside or there's, something like a flight path issue, which just means that their behaviour is not to open the windows. But my suspicion is that that's not unique to New South Wales public schools.
So would it be correct to say, on the basis of the report in those 3 classrooms identified by yourself, would it be fair to say that there are some classrooms that are unsafe? Is that a fair characterisation?
That's not what the report said, no.
Okay.
No. It makes some recommendations to increase awareness of the importance of ventilation. But no, as I said, basically the report says that, most did not exceed the threshold, but it does give some suggestions of how we can increase awareness to make sure that all classrooms are getting the, adequate fresh air.
Sure. So in terms of the classrooms, the greater awareness that is needed and the recommendation around that, has there been any initial steps taken by school infrastructure or indeed the department as to what that body of work would look like?
There's very simple things, like we have a communication channel staff notice board. We do regular updates on that, and we did one this term. Yep. As I said, the work that we're doing at the moment is really through our asset management unit, because they were the ones who were involved in 2022 to go and understand the spaces, to check that the windows were not able to be opened, and that the ceiling fans work, the exhaust fans work, those sorts of things. So the work that we're doing at the moment is really to make sure that case by case, first of all, that schools know if there's any concerns that they should speak to their asset services officer, but also that proactively asset services officers are, going in and just assessing spaces and making sure that there's adequate ventilation.
Okay. So just to clarify, for my benefit and the committee's benefit, the report that was a representative sample, really in terms of the recommendations, has arrived at the conclusion that classrooms are safe and that air quality within the classrooms is sufficient.
The report certainly doesn't say that classrooms are unsafe.
Yep.
The report gives some suggestions of how we can ensure that there's adequate ventilation, whether that be natural ventilation, whether it be mechanical ventilation. But it makes the point that while the particulate matter readings were below thresholds, perhaps that, and that was a very good sign. Closing the windows obviously helps when you've got particulate matter outside, but as a result, we need to make sure that teachers are still opening the windows to make sure that within the classrooms the CO2 levels are diluted. And we look at that, it does need to be case by case because it's depending on the size of the room, how many kids you've got in the room, and whether there's mechanical ventilation or natural ventilation.
One of the earlier witnesses we had to the inquiry put forward this, and I can't recall, Chair, which witness it was, but talked about instituting a across the board no idling zone in the school pick-up, drop-off sort of sections, which was obviously a novel suggestion. Is that something that could be achieved or is being looked at all?
I am aware of that. No idling. Yeah, I think that there are some schools that do that.
Yeah.
This study wouldn't indicate that it's necessarily needed across the board because the particulate matter thresholds didn't raise concerns. So if there was a concern around the particulate matter thresholds being exceeded, that would be something that perhaps we could look at, but it wasn't something that was raised as a concern.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all for now.
Thank you very much. Just curious, and based on some of the earlier evidence we've heard about the operation of the CO2 monitors in the classrooms where they are, how long have CO2 monitors been in any classrooms?
That may depend, but my understanding is that the Cooler Classrooms program was, where there was widespread installation, obviously, of the CO2 monitors with the air conditioning system, and that was really over the last few years.
What experience do we have of need to recalibrate? How often are those monitors checked for accuracy?
Yeah, it's a good point. We follow the National Construction Code, which I believe is 850 parts per million as the threshold. So if there's any change to that, obviously we can adjust that threshold. The role of the Asset Services Officer is to make sure that the facilities are functioning and fit for purpose. So we regularly go in and check systems and make sure that they're operating effectively, but also reactively, if schools have any concerns, they can log a call through our FM web system, and then we can come out and reactively repair that.
Yeah. I suppose my question was more a systems question. What have we learnt from, because there's sort of issues around how often would those monitors need to be replaced, what involvement is required from the teacher or the school to make sure they're operating?
So we try and not put any of that burden on the teacher or the school. Obviously, they're there to educate the kids, which is why we have the Asset Services Officers, and we have recently increased the number of Asset Services Officers so that they look after fewer schools. So there's now the ratio of 1 to 10. Regularly, there will be proactive maintenance schedules to check that systems are operating as they should, but reactively there's always the option to log a call, and then we will come out or send somebody out to check that. But we try and not have that responsibility on the principal or the teachers.
And if the CO monitor detects excess level, there's an alarm, the
kicks
teacher's
in.
told.
That's right,
What's the it that kicks in?
The mechanical ventilation kicks in.
So the windows are opened automatically?
No, the cooler classroom system, from what I understand, will kick in. So if it reaches a certain threshold, the mechanical ventilation will kick in.
And so we're talking air conditioning?
Yes, but I believe, and again, I might come back to you on notice, I'm not a technical expert.
No, and neither am I, and I'm struggling.
So my understanding is you can have air conditioning without, that sort of mechanical ventilation threshold sort of functionality.
Yes.
But the Cooler Classrooms program does have that. That was embedded. But I can come back to you with more information if you'd like on how that technically works.
Yeah, no, I'd be keen to understand that. And CO2 monitors, how do teachers or schools know when particulate levels are too high?
So it's measuring CO2 rather than the particulate matter. So as I said, hopefully they don't, need to do anything manually, that when it gets to a certain level it automatically kicks in. But from my understanding, you can see the levels. And
I guess my question is, and again, this is reflecting on evidence we've heard from other witnesses, CO2 seems to be used as a common measurement tool, but it doesn't, I think, measure particulates, or it doesn't measure other pollutants or other. So I'm just wondering if CO2 monitoring is sufficient to indicate indoor air quality. We were talking about idling before, and the issue of particulates came up. How do we know about particulates?
So it's a good question. I guess for this study, the fact that it measured the three different, it was looking at the three different levels, I guess, particulate matter, and that's mainly outside. So, but it did check indoor and outdoor in terms of this study. The nitrogen dioxide is for outside and the CO2 for inside. So,
if I'm right, I think you said it was only particulate matter in the city schools, not in the regional schools?
No, that was for nitrogen dioxide. It was just for the urban schools. So, again, the fact that this research looked at those three different levels and assessed those, I guess, is an indication that you do need to look at more than just the CO2 within the classroom.
And was, of the schools in that report, was elevated CO2 a good indicator of elevations in other areas, or were there examples where particulate matter was very high but CO2 was quite low?
I might have to come back to you on notice on that one.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you, if you could. Thank you. That's me. Yeah.
I wanted to raise a couple of concerns with you that were raised with us by the Teachers Federation. So one of them was the issue of unflued gas heaters. It's my understanding that the latest publicly available statistic was for 23-24 that 1,402 New South Wales public schools still had unflued gas heaters. What's being done to replace those with electric heating?
So there's about 1,100 schools now that have unflued gas heaters. We used to repair and replace them. Now we will, if it comes to end of life, we will replace it with an alternate heating source. So, and my understanding is back in 2009 there was a big piece of work through Public Works for conversion or replacement of the high NOx unflued gas heaters. But our system now is to, if it comes to end of life, we'll replace it with an alternate heating source. We also make sure that we regularly go in and assess those. So basically each year before winter, the asset services officers will go in and make sure that there's maintenance and checking of the unflued gas heaters and awareness of how to operate them safely. But it is a program over a period of time that when they come to the end of life, we will no longer repair them, we will replace them.
Certainly, it's been argued by health advocates that despite best practice operation, there are still harmful health effects of gas heaters. I'm interested to understand of the 1,100 that remain, and I suppose I'm pleased that that number is lower than the 1,402 we previously had. What's the expected lifespan of those appliances, and over what time of period would you reasonably expect the rest to be phased out?
I might need to come back to you on notice with that, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I also wanted to ask you, coming back to ventilation, you referred earlier in your evidence to sort of reiterating guidelines and education of teachers around opening windows, and that's something that started during COVID. Why is the department choosing this approach that puts the onus back on teachers rather than controlling or eliminating the hazard through those mechanical ventilation upgrades?
As I said before, we try not to put the onus on teachers for anything that's not education related. We do, though, we do follow the advice of experts. So my understanding is, fresh air is a great form of ventilation. So we want to make sure that where possible, there is natural ventilation. As I said, there's about half of our classrooms do have mechanical ventilation. So there's a mixture of natural and mechanical. We certainly don't put the onus on the teachers to not do the work ourselves. Obviously, the teachers are in the classrooms, and we try and raise awareness that for a really optimal learning environment, you do need ventilation. That, it's great if that can be natural. Mechanical might be required, but often it's a mix in the classroom. There is a ceilings fan in all of our classrooms. About half of our schools have cooler classrooms, so you've got the CO2 sensor in that and the mechanical ticking in. And then, as I said, what we try to do is make sure that asset services officers are really aware of, the facilities in each school, and make sure that if there's anything else required, then they work with schools to provide that on a case-by-case basis.
And we've been told by experts to this inquiry that best practice modern HVAC systems do incorporate fresh air. So I don't think there's a question of whether natural or mechanical offer fresh air. They both do. Is it the view of the department that you're currently meeting your obligations under the Work Health and Safety Act in terms of managing that hazard for your staff?
Yeah, so we work really closely with the health and safety team within the department. When we're building new schools or upgrading schools, we have to get that signed off by all the relevant experts. We also have lifted our standards in terms of how we build. We have a pattern book, and the standards that we have for our pattern book in terms of ventilation is higher than what the National Construction Code is. Green Star is what we aim for, the 4-star Australian best practice for our buildings for Green Star accreditation. So we do try and make sure that we provide more than what is required, and we work very closely with our work health and safety teams to make sure that what we're doing is safe for students and for staff.
Should parents, and particularly parents of immunocompromised kids, be comforted that new schools are being built to a better standard than existing schools that aren't actually being upgraded?
I wouldn't. So we do have 2,200 schools. The average age of our buildings is about 50 years. So it is quite an old fleet or asset portfolio. So I am very conscious that our new schools look fabulous, and there are some schools that are old and require more attention, but that's why we do have asset services officers for all our schools to work really closely with the schools and to make sure that they have the facilities that they need to operate safely. It is a case that in some of our schools they've got new facilities and other schools are a lot older, but we have an obligation which we take really seriously to make sure that there's an optimal learning environment in every school.
Has there been any modelling or cost analysis done of what it would take to bring all of those old assets up to the same standards in terms of ventilation?
So it wouldn't just be the clean air standards, it would be all, construction code standards. When we do go in and upgrade schools, obviously, if we upgrade it to a certain amount, we've got to bring the buildings up to the current standards. But no, as far as I'm aware, for our 2,200 schools, we don't have a figure on how much it would cost to bring everything up to the latest standards. I'm conscious as well that standards across, building do change. So it would be something that would, you'd probably be up to standards at a point in time, and then the standards would change again. In relation to clean air, though, we are making sure that we are ensuring all spaces across all schools have the right learning environment. And as I said, that's the work that the ASOs are doing at each school to make sure that that's provided.
And has there been any modelling or cost analysis done for faster replacement of those remaining 1,100 unflued gas heaters?
We are doing a piece of work because we believe that some of those unflued gas heaters might actually not be being used because from when our data was collected, schools, as I said, sometimes work with PNCs or, fund their own systems and are actually not using those unflued gas heaters anymore. So as part of the work that the asset management teams are doing, that we're hoping to validate that assumption.
Okay, and what's the time frame for that work?
That's this year.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask you again at another hearing. Were there further questions from other members of the committee?
No.
I just want to double check my notes before I give you an
Sure.
early mark, Ms Harrington, to make sure we haven't missed anything. That's right. I wanted to ask about, so we had evidence from Professor Jeff Hanmer about the 40 schools that had been sealed previously in response to aircraft noise from Sydney Airport. And I think, if I recall correctly, the assertion was that that was a really ideal control group for different kinds of buildings. Is the department involved in that work, or what data or information have you been able to support that research?
I don't know about that particular research, but out of the 59 schools, 3 of those schools were sealed schools.
Okay. So 3 of those schools were in the Clean Air Schools report. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay. I don't have any more questions at the moment, but there were a number of questions taken on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch with you about those, as well as any supplementary questions that we might have from the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again for your time today. Thanks. Welcome back for our final session of the afternoon. Could I please start with your name and position title and taking either the oath or the affirmation?
I'm Dr. Vicky Shepherd. I'm currently a Senior Medical Advisor in Health Protection New South Wales, and I'd like to take the affirmation, please.
Go ahead.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kathy Dempsey and I'm New South Wales Chief Infection Control Practitioner and HAI Advisor at the Clinical Excellence Commission, and I would also like to take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you both for making the time to give evidence this afternoon. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah,
We
please.
both would have just to give you some context of where we're working and what we do in regards to indoor air quality. So thanks for the opportunity to come today. And so I'm a public health physician and I specialise in health protection, which includes environmental health and communicable disease control. So recognising the contribution of poor air quality to poor health outcomes, New South Wales Health has had a long-standing focus on indoor air quality, commencing with a statewide survey of indoor air quality in homes in the year 2000. And many of the findings of this survey remain relevant today, with indoor sources of air pollution such as gas appliances, wood heaters and tobacco smoke being the chief causes of poor indoor air quality in that survey. We also found that outdoor air pollution, particularly wood heaters, impacted indoor air quality due to the leaky nature of much New South Wales housing. The Smoke Free Environment Act in 2000 mitigated tobacco smoke as an indoor pollutant in many settings, and as vaping emerged as a new pollutant source, the Act was amended to place identical restrictions on vaping in indoor spaces, and this is supplemented by public campaigns to raise awareness of the harms from tobacco smoke and vaping indoors and encourage behaviour change. New South Wales has led the development of national work on health effects of unflued gas heaters, particularly a monograph in 2010. And we also collaborated with the Department of Education to undertake additional research on health impacts of low NOx heaters in schools. And we continue to advocate against gas appliances, particularly unflued gas heaters and also wood heating. We do remain alert to emerging indoor air quality risks. For example, the Poisons Information Centre noted increased incidence of carbon monoxide poisoning due to combustion heaters and cookies designed for outdoor use being used indoors, mainly impacting new migrant and refugee groups. So we developed a campaign in collaboration with the Multicultural Health Communication Service to reach at-risk groups and work with them and settlement services each winter to make new migrants and refugees aware of safe ways to heat and cook indoors. More recently, we're participating in national work conducted by the Australian Centre for Disease Control through the Environmental Health Standing Committee on the impacts of indoor air quality. The Australian Health Protection Committee is tasked nHealth to prioritise indoor air quality. This work's commenced, and when completed, the evidence-based advice will be used as a basis for policy development to reduce the health impacts of poor indoor air quality. And it's anticipated this work will be published soon. And through that work, the Australian CDC has produced guidance for the public on health impacts of indoor air quality, and happy to provide the link to that if that hasn't already come across the committee's attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. I equally would like to thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I, as a registered nurse, over 40 years experience in the New South Wales health system, and 26 of those in infection prevention and control. So the quality of indoor air is most definitely an important determinant of New South Wales health and our public health facilities. I do, however, believe that there is a generalised misconception about New South Wales health approach being less prioritised, given it is less visible than other environmental risks. I think the COVID-19 pandemic obviously highlighted the issue and the role of airborne transmission in the spread of infectious diseases, but this issue has been a fundamental component of infection prevention and control in our hospitals, and certainly in my 26 years in infection prevention control has very much been a focus. Addressing indoor air quality requires a coordinated evidence-based approach that integrates engineering controls, infection prevention practices and system-wide guidance. And whilst there may not be legislation that supports this, there are some very good policy and guidelines that I guess are implemented in New South Wales Health that we're compelled to sort of comply with. The New South Wales Health Clinical Excellence Commission plays a key role in supporting the health system to be able to manage these risks through its infection prevention and control program. We provide leadership guidance and practical tools to support our facilities to reduce the transmission of infections in healthcare settings. This includes developing policies and resources aligned with current scientific evidence, supporting local health districts to implement those, promoting a risk-based approach to ventilation and air quality. We also work very closely to try and translate evolving evidence into clear, actionable guidance for frontline staff. The issue of preventing infections and managing airborne infections and indoor air quality requires a multidisciplinary approach which sits at the intersection of clinical care, infrastructure and occupational health. There is an opportunity to strengthen our approach to indoor air quality across all settings, informed by the lessons learnt in recent years. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with a couple of my own questions, and I'm sure all the committee members will as well. One of the consistent themes of the evidence that this committee has received has been about monitoring and standards for indoor air quality. I know that your opening statements referred to the broader community as well as New South Wales Health facilities, so I'll try to unpick that for a second. So if we're talking only about New South Wales Health facilities, how is indoor air quality actually monitored?
Well, I'm happy to take that one. If we really start at the beginning, and that is how we actually manage our air quality in our hospitals. So we have a layered approach. We have many systems in place in terms of increasing air exchange. There's HEPA filters, use of HEPA filters. So we really rely on those systems at the outset. In terms of monitoring, we don't essentially do air monitoring, but monitoring really just tells you whether or not you've got a problem. So there's a focus on monitoring, but unless you fix the problem, so for example, if I know there's mould in an environment, then you fix the mould, right? You fix the leak. By doing air sampling doesn't necessarily fix the problem. You already know you've got a problem. There's no point in doing air sampling to prove that you've got a problem.
Sure. I suppose for something like ventilation, and there's been a lot of discussion around carbon dioxide as a really helpful proxy for ventilation. For example, are you measuring carbon dioxide in hospitals?
Yeah, we don't, essentially. I think some of the problems with aligning some of the community monitoring systems, much of the research and most of the evidence aligns outside of health. Very little is done in healthcare. What we don't know is how that impacts on patient care. So what do those figures actually mean in relation to patient outcomes? So normally, and I'm not an air scientist, so normally carbon dioxide refers to particularly the more people you've got in an environment will increase your level of carbon dioxide. I can't reduce the number of patients that I have in an environment. So it's around managing what clinical care is required versus what indoor air looks like. But if you look at the air changes, for example, in our hospitals, we operate on, in our worst kind of environments, would be around 6 air changes an hour. And if you look at the general community, most general community buildings operate on 4 or less. So then most of our indoor standard rooms would operate on 8, and then any of the rooms that are required to do AGPs operate on 12, and then it increases depending on those environments. So if you've got functioning HVAC systems that are ventilating and got good airflow, then you've got good ventilation. So we're not actually monitoring those.
And I understand requirements and standards for new buildings change often, and so you'll have standards in place now that weren't in place when many hospitals were built.
Yeah.
Is there any work being done to upgrade older facilities to meet modern standards?
I mean, that's probably a health infrastructure question, but there are a lot of works in place around continually upgrading from an infection control perspective. Certainly local ICPs are always looking at the environment that they're managing, and then what the airflows are doing and what the HVAC systems are doing, and then putting in risk assessments to get those improved. I know that there were a number of enhancements during COVID to a lot of our HVAC systems to increase ventilation and essentially change some of the airflow. But in terms of, I guess, a coordinated approach, I'm going to say that that's probably a health infrastructure question.
Is it possible to take it on notice and pass it to your colleagues at Health Infrastructure?
My understanding is that the ventilation rates are monitored and set in all those settings.
Like at a centralised area, so it would be within the engineering controls. So from an infection control perspective, we don't monitor them, but centralised in engineering controls, they would be monitoring all those levels, and alarms would be set and those sorts of things, but that's engineering controls.
Okay. And then obviously from the point of view of airborne pathogen transmission, that ventilation system being filtered is absolutely essential. Are there HEPA or similar grade filters in every New South Wales health facility on every ward?
So there would be HEPA filters in majority. I can't say that it's in all of them, but it would not be in absolutely every single room. There would be HEPA filters on various intake airs. There would be HEPA filters on various high-risk vulnerable groups. There would be HEPA filters in some corridor areas, again, depending on the risk level of those groups. So if you look at the health facilities, Australasian health facility guidelines, there's guidelines around where HEPA filters are recommended, particularly, and then on rebuilds or new builds, there's usually risk assessment done based on, the level of infectious diseases that's usually seen through their organisation or their service delivery, and then they would change and adjust those accordingly.
And the work that you've already described, does that apply equally to non-clinical spaces, or is that only in clinical spaces of New South Wales health facilities?
So there's still a requirement to have certain air exchanges in all of those, including the office areas, and whilst the standards require those to be sitting around sort of 6 or less, in most, a recent table that I looked at for all of our engineering controls, we have nothing that sits underneath pretty much 6 or 8 air changes an hour.
I just wanted to raise in particular in this submission from ASMOF, from the Doctors Union, they raised particular concerns around non-clinical spaces like staff rooms, offices, registrar workspaces, so spaces that can often be very crowded during handover periods and other times. Are carbon dioxide levels measured in those spaces when they're particularly full?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thanks. I also had a follow-up question for Dr. Shepherd about the wood heaters, which you mentioned in your opening statement, and I'm just looking at the New South Wales Health website information. We had expert evidence earlier today that the Australian standard for wood heaters is not fit for purpose. The New South Wales Health advice to people is to check that your wood-burning heater conforms with the Australian standards. Do you think that that's sufficient?
Well, I think that's what we put as a minimum. I think our key recommendation is that wood heaters can be harmful to health, and we discourage people from having them. But I think the advice on our website is acknowledging that some people, for either economic or personal and people have very strong affiliation with wood heating, some people. So recognising that some people will use wood heaters despite health advice, then we try to give them the best information available so that they can minimise the impacts of burning wood in the home. We have Australian standards. I'm not close to the current Australian standard, so that's what we're relying on. And if I imagine if others think it's not adequate, then the Australian standards should be reviewing their wood heating standard.
Thank you. I've got heaps more questions, but I'm happy to give my colleagues some time.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for being here. I just wanted to ask a few questions, and again, you may need to take it on notice. It might be towards health infrastructure as well. But obviously, of late, there's been some news about what's happened at RPA and some of the concerns around sort of construction. I know that Health put out a report, I think it was just last week, saying they thought that construction might have contributed to what happened there. Are there sort of, I guess, standards that you're aware of that construction companies have to follow when it comes to air monitoring, particularly in sort of spaces where patients are immunocompromised? Can you talk to that? Either or, happy for, but just want to understand that a little better.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Australasian Health Facility Guidelines. We also have a policy for New South Wales, which is the engineering guidelines that requires there to be extremely rigorous infection prevention and controls around construction zones and sites. The issues around construction are probably more heavily written about than other scenarios.
Okay.
So they are definitely available. Last year's Part D, which is the infection control part for the Australasian Health Facility Guidelines, was updated, and part of that was to strengthen the involvement and the sign-off, if you like, by infection prevention and control, and making sure that they actually have plans in place, but those plans are actually continually monitored and reported through their various governance channels.
And so with the requirements under those plans, who does that ultimately sort of rest with the responsibility of making sure that that's followed if there is construction on a
the responsibility lies equally with the construction company as it does with the health organisation. So there's a responsibility for the health organisation to make sure that those things are in place, and then obviously, as an infection control practitioner, our role is normally then, to sort of do daily rounds and look at those things and to make sure that what's written on paper is actually what's being translated, in actuality.
And in terms of sort of air monitoring, I have seen some reporting of that is sometimes part of and I'm speaking more generally rather than specific because I appreciate that could be hard, but certain air monitoring is required to take place. It might be checking for sort of asbestos and other things. Is there is part of that also looking at with the air monitoring things like mould, or is that not required under those guidelines?
So there's a requirement to monitor the outdoor air, as part of that, you will inherently monitor for fungal spores, which are essentially mould. But often when we talk about mould, people sort of think it's
spores is a better way to put it.
That's right. So they do test for that, and they're able to report depending on the methodology that they use. They can report on just numbers of spores without speciating those, and not all species are pathogenic, so virulent. So it will give them a certain level of what's happening outdoors, and then in relation to the dust and all the other things, it should then trigger things like, if their dust levels are high, if they've got high spore counts and things like that, it means that they're not they've got a lot of floating remnants around the environment that they need to control those much better.
Okay, and the outdoor, that's in the outdoor testing, but inside clinical spaces when construction work is happening adjacent to, is there a requirement for that indoor air monitoring to also capture the same data?
There's less of a requirement to do sort of air monitoring. The requirements around trying to mitigate against communication between basically the construction zone and the internal hospital environment. So if you do that really well and you seal all of that up and there's no kind of leaks and there's no areas that are open, then essentially you've created a barrier. The other things that you can monitor for, which are very visible, is the tracking of dust inside the hospital. So they're the things that you look at. And as soon as you see any of that, that's a trigger that you've got some sort of a leakage, and then you sort of look at rectifying those. And in my experience, and I've been involved in a few builds, the only time that we've used internal air sampling was when we've had an issue, we've had cases, and we haven't been able to basically find what the causative factor was. So there was no construction, there was no clear leak, there was nothing obvious in any of the environments and things like that. So we couldn't actually locate it. So air sampling in that scenario, we were able to pinpoint it exactly that it was in bathrooms, but you had to pull walls down to actually see that it was in there.
Okay. I might come back, but I'll let you. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. When you were talking about construction and making daily rounds, who makes the daily rounds? Is it an infection control physician? Is it who's responsible for that?
So part of administering infection prevention and control at any facility is around doing clinical rounds. So it's about sort of going out, looking at the environment, talking to patients, viewing patients that may be infectious, talking to their families, making sure that they're isolated. So that is normally an infection control, someone from within the infection control team. Now that may be variable across the facilities depending on how many ICPs you have, how big the hospital is.
So in a situation where you have a ward but it's not dealing with people who have an infection, they're in for a transplant, would there still be infection control rounds occurring?
So it would depend, all right? So they may not go to that ward on that particular day. It does depend on how the lead infection control practitioner administers the program. Our advice usually is that then there should be a full visibility of units routinely. So on top of infection control, we also have regular mandatory environmental cleaning audits that are reported through their facilities. Part of that and part of the policy is a requirement to do all of facility kind of walk through annually to make sure that every part of the facility is being viewed.
But when construction is occurring,
are
there elevated environmental cleaning requirements?
So normally there are. So again, it just depends. So the requirements based on the guidelines are that there are additional cleaning in place.
And who checks that that's happening?
It would be multidisciplinary. So infection prevention and control, it would be corporate services, or some sites may actually implement a governance team that have a responsibility for that.
Well, at RPA, who's ultimately responsible for checking that has happened?
Well, again, it would be those same people, but I'm not sure what systems that they put in place to do those checks.
Where would we find out what the systems are that are in place?
Well, I guess the governance and the guidelines are fairly flexible in terms of, saying that it needs to be done. In terms of who has to do it, I mean, my assumption is, I guess, that the GM or the CE is ultimately responsible for what happens at a facility.
So I just want to make sure I've understood. You're saying that there are guidelines in place, but they are flexible and as to who has responsibility for making sure that they are carried out?
Yeah, and I've seen the report on RPA, and I think it does go into some detail about the role of infection control and the auditing of the construction impacts. I can't recall the exact detail, but if you did want more detail, then we'd go to the Chief Executive of Sydney Local Health District to get information about.
On notice, can we have a copy of that report?
Yeah, I believe it's public, but happy to provide the link. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, on notice, any information about exactly who was responsible for supervising the fact that elevated maintenance due to construction occurred. Yeah. And sorry, the only other question I have, I think you were talking about construction guidelines, and I believe you said you talked about sealing the hospital. And so it's the hospital that should be sealed rather than the construction site?
Well, it would be a layered approach, so it really kind of depends. So there may be some areas that you can seal the construction zone, and there may be some areas that you would then, on top of that, seal like some areas of the hospital. So, you know, if you're building on top of a roof and you've got an intake vent, then you'd want to protect that vent. So you may actually seal the construction area, but depending on how large the construction area is, you might instead make sure that there's protection and sealing of the vent itself.
And in those scenarios, is it the construction company that makes that determination, or is it the health district, or is it a combination of the two?
It should be a combination
of
those. Yeah.
Sorry, that's me. No, that's...
Sorry, other questions from either of the government members? No questions? Okay. A lot of the questions so far have been about patient safety, but I also wanted to ask questions about staff safety. We have a written submission from the Nurses and Midwives Association, so I'm quoting the data from them that in 24-25 there were 629 work cover claims resulting from exposure to biological hazards in the workplace. Is that something that you're monitoring as well? And I suppose my first question is what are you doing to reduce that?
Yes, I mean, you know, biological hazard exposure comes in many forms, and it's not just airborne. So there's blood, body substances, you know, laboratory, so other things. So they are mandatory reportable, and then locally there are systems in place to look at, I guess, causative factors and reducing those. From a state perspective, it's around the policies and guidelines that we write for mitigation, so to make sure that there are protective measures in place, that we've got the right sort of PPE in place, or engineering controls or environmental controls to reduce those hazards, that we've got consumables that have engineering controls and safety controls in place from a state perspective.
We had a very specific bit of evidence around exposure to chemicals in operating theatres. There was a particularly concerning anecdote about a rural operating theatre in an earlier hearing, but there was also evidence from the ASMOF survey where members have identified surgical plume as an issue, and the ASMOF survey had only 25% of respondents being aware of local plume evacuation being in place. Is there regular monitoring of those air quality hazards in operating theatres?
I'm not sure I can answer that, because it doesn't really come under infection prevention and control.
That's okay. Are you able to take it on notice and pass it on to someone who can for us?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I suppose to articulate that question better, what are the standard protocols that are in place to assess those risks?
I'm aware that there is a surgical plume policy that that originally came out of workforce, so protective measures around managing that. But again, I will take that on notice.
And I wanted to come back to a topic that I've asked you about many times before, Dr. Dempsey, which was hospital-acquired COVID infection.
Yeah.
Have you got up-to-date figures for this year or this financial year for hospital-acquired COVID infection in New South Wales?
So we still do not really collect those statewide figures due to the challenges around trying to allocate and call what is hospital acquired and what is not. So my understanding is that those figures are still not available.
Unsurprising, but a disappointing answer.
Yeah.
I haven't got burning questions. Are there questions? Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of protection of staff, what are the protocols about notifying staff if elevated levels of mould have been detected, air quality issues have been detected? Who's informed, how are they informed, and when are they informed?
So again, it would be dependent on the level of risk and whether it's contained in a unit. Then first and foremost would be the responsibility to to those staff. So that would usually be led by a nursing unit manager or a senior nurse manager or the director of nursing down. As the issue gets bigger, then obviously it would come under like basically a corporate comms system where it would be either an all kind of mail out to staff. It would be, town hall meetings. There would be sort of requests to put it on ward meetings agendas to make sure that it's discussed, and then you would include things like how to escalate issues and where those would need to go to. And then again, depending on the extent, whether or not you would potentially pull together like a remediation group to look at that.
When you say depending on whether it's contained, if something is seen to have arisen but controlled, would staff automatically be informed that this had happened, this risk had been present, or would the view be taken no need to inform anybody?
Well, again, I think it depends on the level. Like if you've got a cleaner that cleans a spot of mould somewhere, then that would be part of their auditing process that they'd report. And then just making sure that there would be ongoing monitoring. So if the next time they cleaned for that. So, a spot, you wouldn't necessarily alert the entire ward that there was a mould spot somewhere.
If you'd had deaths of 2 patients, would you alert all the nursing staff that this had happened?
I think the issue is that when we have any serious adverse events for patients, then there is usually an expected approach that staff are informed of particularly any contributing or causative factors. And if mould was thought to be the case, then yes, would be communicated to staff.
And what would what would that look like? Is it an email? Is it verbal?
Well, no. I mean, in my experience, we would use kind of any and all of the above. So, you would start with your local verbal ward meetings. You would, potentially send emails out. You may do an all staff notice. You may put sort of flyers on safety boards in tea rooms. You may decide to hold town hall meetings.
And when it's an environmental factor, air quality, mould, at what stage do you then go out and inform visitors, other people who may have been in the hospital, that this risk either did exist or may currently still continue?
Yeah, well, again, it would depend on the extent and who was impacted. So in an oncology unit, for example, if there was heavy mould detected, then obviously there would be discussions to make sure that patients and carers were alerted to those. I mean, it's usually quite complex. It depends on whether or not there's any movement of patients and what's happening in that environment, but there is usually a discussion with family.
Is there an assumption that everybody who visits is perfectly healthy, or is there an awareness that you could have people who... Well, I guess in terms of if something's been happening for 2 months and you haven't, I presume hospitals don't capture the details of every visitor, how's the general public informed that if they... In the same way you hear announcements, if you're at Winston Hill shops yesterday, you might have measles, watch out.
I'll start and then I'll hand over to Vicky, because what happens inside the hospital is infection prevention and control usually takes sort of a lead role in managing a lot of this. And then as it becomes a greater public health issue, then infection control works very closely with our public health units to then actually, I guess, divert the messaging from in-hospital patient risk to now we've got a generalised, public health risk, and then we would sort of work closely with public health and then trigger the public health response.
Yeah, and I mean, focusing on a particular environmental risk, but other things, exposures can happen in hospitals. So, a person with TB, unknowingly infectious, or measles. So we routinely... we can readily extract lists of the patients, and then if they're discharged, we go via the discharged patient and who came to visit you. So we have those measures that are in place for contact tracing. So it's when it's needed, when it's the information's may have had an impact on health. They may need to take some steps. So whatever arises, we have quite well-practiced systems to contact the people that we need to know, that may need to know.
So, Dr. Shepherd, were you or was anybody else from public health involved with the discussions about who should be informed about the Aspergillus outbreak at Prince Alfred Hospital late last year?
No, I understand that was managed by the hospital. I'm not sure if the public health unit was involved, but certainly their infection control practitioners. I can't imagine.
No, so there's a normal internal process for those things. So it would be quite reasonable for that to be managed locally, right? So you've got some issues where you may have some identified cases. You have a look at, causative factors, is it triggered above and beyond what you would normally sort of see in those environments, and then sort of, I guess work backwards from that. Do any contact tracing if you need to. There is a policy requirement on triggers for escalation. So when you start to see outbreaks, then there is a requirement to report that up to the ministry. And in fact, RPA did do that just prior to Christmas, which then triggered, I guess, an expert panel from the Chief Health Officer down to come together and work with RPA around where they were currently at and what sort of need to happen from that point.
So when that gets triggered, does that come up through your, like the Clinical Excellence Commission, or are you separate to that?
So we're really separate to that in the sense that it goes directly to the ministry and then it'll come down to us. And if it does, sometimes it may come to us from the ICPs, but then we'll make sure that the trigger is sent directly up to the ministry.
Okay, sorry.
No. But there was nobody from public health that was part of the ministry expert panel that was convened?
The Chief Health Officer convened that expert panel.
And the Chief Health Officer is public health?
Yes, she's a public health physician.
Great. Thank you.
A number of the submissions to this inquiry have called for public education campaigns around the health risks of gas appliances and wood heaters in residential settings. Is that something that's ever been requested of New South Wales Health? Has any work been done in that regard?
I can't recall that there have been public campaigns. We certainly have information on our websites for people to go to, and the Commonwealth has a new suite of quite detailed information on wood heaters and gas heaters on their CDC website. But I do understand that perhaps one component of this emerging national work will be more active communication about how to keep indoor air quality and that's particularly focused on homes.
Okay. And I wonder as well if you've been involved in any, for example, cost modelling. I know one of the figures from recent research that's been submitted to us is that 12% of childhood asthma is now attributable to those kinds of appliances in the home. Has there been any analysis of what the cost savings might be to health from those avoidable presentations?
Yeah, I'm not aware that that's been done, but obviously we aim to minimise health impacts overall, so irrespective of those costs, measures to reduce childhood asthma would be a very desirable thing.
Okay. The remainder of my questions were about other non-biological pollutants. I'm happy to put them in as supplementary questions because I think they're also for your colleagues in infrastructure. If there are no further questions from my colleagues, then we'll end the session here. So a number of those questions were taken on notice and the Secretariat will be in touch with you about those as well as the those additional supplementary questions.
Okay, great.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.